Go ahead and turn it off.
All right.
For the protesters.
Yeah. So,
Okay, all right, thanks.
okay.
Okay, bye.
All right. You're all set over on the tech side? Okay, great. So call this meeting into session and we will adjourn for the closed session.
You got me?
Okay. All right, so everybody set? Okay. All right. We will resume open session. It is 6:07. All right. Okay. And will you please take the roll? Present.
Present.
Present. Present. Present. Nice.
And trustee Dowd, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Trustees, there's some snacks back there and extra water in case it's a long meeting and you've got some blood sugar issues.
Okay, moving on to agenda item 5C, approval of the agenda. Is there a motion?
I move that we approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Moving on to agenda item 5D, announcement of action taken in closed session. On item 4A, there was no action taken. On item 4B, the board will vote in open session. And on item 4C, there was no action taken. Item 5E, final action regarding student discipline, case number 2022-0201A. That part is hard to read. Okay, yep. So is there a motion to, let's see here. Is there a motion?
I'm just looking for the right language for this.
I
So-
understand. I think maybe the language that okay, I move that the student referenced by discipline case number 2022-0201A be readmitted to the Auburn Union School District. And okay. And is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Okay, the ayes have it. I'm hearing feedback from somewhere. Jason, I think I'm picking up some feedback or something from the speaker up here. Okay, thanks. All right. Moving on to item 6, public hearing on material revision to the Alta Vista Community Charter School. Is there public comment related to item 6? Okay.
Hello, okay, you can hear me now. Good evening, President Holt, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Lee Alva, staff and guests. My name is Diana Wilson, and I am the principal of Alta Vista Community Charter School, and I'm here to walk you through the material revision for the charter this evening. In the attachments, you should have a document that is color coded with the items that are lined out and changed, and I can kind of walk you through the reasoning of why we are revising the charter. The main reason for the charter revision is legally required to change it when we are changing location. So that was why we started this work. And that location is noted on page 4 and page 58, changing the language to reflect the change in location from 173 Oak Street to 150 Palm Avenue. There have been changes. Let's see, here we go. Location. Oh, yeah. On page 12, language has been changed to clearly designate the hybrid model at Alta Vista as a non-classroom based program. And previously it was labeled as independent study. And the reasoning for this was when AB 180 or SB 180, I forget, when after COVID, independent study law changed such that we were unable to offer the hybrid model to our families. It had been previously managed as an independent study option. And then we couldn't do that after that legislation passed. So legal counsel recommended that we change it to a non-classroom based program, which is how iLearn is able to offer their hybrid program. So it will be 3 days in seat and 2 days out seat, but the whole program will be labeled as non-classroom based. So we'll be able to reinstate that for our families. Page 13 changes the name of Virtual Academy Homeschool to Homeschool Program. To be more clear, the word virtual kind of has that negative connotation of, learning online all day, distance learning. So we changed that. It's not a CDS name. It's just how we're going to refer to it when we market the program. It will be called Alta Vista Homeschool Program. And page 14 and a lot of the document has been revised to change the name of the Governance Council to an advisory council. And this was done because the governance council implies that the governance council governs Alta Vista, but Alta Vista is a dependent charter school governed by AUSD Board of Trustees right here. So earlier this year, we had changed the name of governance council to site council. However, our attorney advised us charter schools don't have site councils because we don't take federal dollars. So instead of being confusing and calling us a site council, he recommended advisory council. So the council will still have the same function to advise and guide the teachers and administration, but it will no longer be misconstrued as a governing body. Let's see here. Curriculum changes on page 19. All I did was update the curriculum that we have adopted with the district and added a few more programs that we are using. So when parents look into our charter school, they can have an accurate account of what we are using to teach our students. Page 21 was changed. The world language section had described a program that was done virtually, exclusively online on Chromebooks. And we do not do that. We teach our Spanish instruction to all students using a Spanish docent. And we also kept the broad term of world languages to be able to have the flexibility to incorporate other languages as the charter grows, should the interest arise. Page 48 has new menstrual product current legislation since the charter was written for TK8 and intends to offer a self-contained 6th grade next year. So we needed to add that. Nutrition Services Education Code has also been changed to reflect current law. And then the other significant changes in the charter reflect our lottery process or how we enroll students. Family is Alta Vista after the school closure that just recently occurred. My parents wanted to extend the 3-mile radius of Alta Vista to 5 miles to make sure we can include all of Auburn, giving them preference admission. So we changed that for 3 miles to 5 miles. And then what else did we do? Oh yeah, we wanted to give priority to students already attending Auburn schools, which was input taken from AUTA. And then the part where we have to prioritize students within AUSD is a legal requirement to prioritize students from our authorizer. All right, and 53, we changed optional meetings about homeschool programs to mandatory just because they need to understand what they've signed up for. Location change is on 58. And then the last change I forgot to note on the first page and page 58 is the extension of the charter per new Ed Code 47607. All charter schools get 2 more years on their charter. So we won't need to renew our charter until 2027. And I think that's it. Do you have any questions?
I understand we can also ask questions later on on the agenda. I believe this is more the intention is a public hearing, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, and moving on to agenda item 7A, presentation on PBIS and wellness centers. Oh. Sorry, okay, I've been notified we need to gavel out of the public hearing. Please mark the time.
Good evening, President Holt, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Lee Alva, staff and guests. I'm Janine Hughes and I'm the Director of Student Support for Auburn Union, and I am going to update you on both our PBIS and our wellness centers. We have a community partnership with PCOE that allows us to both have wellness centers and to support us through our PBIS efforts. This is where we take that emotional intelligence, social emotional learning, and that PBIS support to really support that whole child.
Could you please speak a little closer to the mic?
Yep, sorry. So why do we have mental health services in the school? Like, why is that important to our students? It really is to support that whole child within engaging that mental health piece within that school system. The data shows that we have better student outcomes, reduced absenteeism, really reduce those suspensions and increase that positive school climate for both staff and students alike. The tiers of PBIS, it's a three-tiered triangle for all my educators. So we have our tier 1 supports, which is really that universal support for all students. So that is what all students get through all of the schools. It provides just that positive incentive for all students. Tier 2 is that more targeted intervention, small groups, things like that, to really support those students that struggle with that tier 1 support. And then we have that tier 3, which is really that intensive targeted intervention for students that really do struggle with those behaviors. So this is the triangle. Again, it's just a really good visual of those supports. That tier 1 is that universal. Tier 2 is that just more intensive, and that tier 1 is that targeted. Targeted intervention usually is for 1 to 3% or 1 to 5% of the population. So PBIS, so where are we as a district as far as PBIS? So we are in year 3 of implementation. We have different schools that are at different spaces just because of each school is a little bit different. Skyridge and Rock Creek are receiving their tier 3 professional development currently. We have Auburn L and Alta Vista that are refining their tier 2. And then EB Kane is in that tier 2 training cycle. And then Swiss is that data system for PBIS. And I'm happy to say that's off the ground and running well. And then we also have walkthroughs that are done from our PBIS coaches and myself, and then sometimes with PCOE, to really just make sure those interventions are fully implemented at the school. So there are successes of PBIS. So all 4 elementary schools were recognized for how much they had done with PBIS. Rock Creek and Skyridge got gold status. Alta Vista and Auburn L received silver. So all the posters are up throughout all of the schools. So you should see those wherever you walk through the school system. And that really just builds on that capacity. And then all staff are invested in the implementation of PBIS. And then we also have parents that are part of that tier 1 team. So the language. So each school met together and really set up that language for the PBIS. So you'll see the different schools, for example, Auburn L, be safe, be responsible, and be respectful. And here you'll just see a couple of the examples of students awards where you basically get caught, making sure that you're making those positive choices. And here are posters that are posted. The school-wide expectations are based on the different areas in the school. So you'll see Auburn L, that's for the cafeteria. The Skyridge Falcons, that is for your classroom expectations. And over here, you'll see this EV Kane, that's the expectations at the buses. So wellness. So we have wellness centers that exist at all of our elementary schools currently. Weekly wellness team meetings happen with both PCOE and our wellness team and our school site to really make sure that we're looking at those students that are struggling and making sure that they have the right interventions. EBK, we have support through Granite Wellness and Lighthouse. And then we also have an intern that's currently providing that support that is outside of that wellness grant. As those school consolidations take place, we will have that wellness center at EBK next year. So addressing mental health at our schools, that's really important because we really need to make sure that we're taking that stigma down and just really supporting students and we're increasing those student outcomes. The goal is to really work with those students and families to really get them back engaged into that classroom. So the guiding principles. So in our wellness centers, we have wellness, that respect, that shared decision-making about among everybody that's on that team, that equity, and definitely that relationship piece. So staffing and supports from PCOE. We have a program coordinator that I communicate, or I have a set meeting with every other week to just make sure that we're all on the same page, really supporting our wellness teams. The clinical supervisor, which supports the team basically and making sure that we're doing things ethically and meeting all those students' needs. Our mental health specialists, so those therapists at the school site, and that family and youth community liaison is also at that school site. And then all together. So all together, we have that wellness staff, our district admin, our school admin, our district mental health staff, our psychologists are part of that team also, our community providers, and that parent-student voice come together. So our services, again, because we like the 3 tiers. Tier 1 is really just that tier 1 social emotional learning that takes place at the school. So that's providing lessons within the classroom and, just that daily support of that social emotional learning. Tier 2, small group, classroom observations, those wellness referrals, things like that. And that tier 3 is really that those students that really need that intensive service. So individual therapy, case management, things like that. And then the data so far, let's scoot over because I can't see. Maybe not. Okay, so I have data so far. And so this was taking as of November. And you'll see on the first column, it has the schools. The second column is the data from last year and then the data from this year. So you'll see for example, Auburn Elementary, last year had 32 referrals, this year 59. Rock Creek was at 13, this year 37. Skyridge was at 33, 47 this year. Alta Vista, when we checked the data last year, they didn't have that wellness center going quite then, but they have 24 this year. So most of the concerns are around that behavior on social emotional piece. And so as you'll see, just another couple examples, like at Auburn Elementary, they had 174 wellness breaks. At Rock Creek, 102. Skyridge 106, and then at Alta Vista, they had 21 about 3 times a week. So this is something that we rolled out this year. This is a social emotional screener. And so this is a screener that was piloted this year that was done by the teacher. The teachers know their students best. So we really wanted that teacher's input on how our kids are doing. And so that really looked at the 3 areas of emotional behavior, social behavior, and then the academic behavior to really see where their students were at. And then this is the data so far. So if you look at this, the blue is basically low risk, that pinky color is moderate risk, some risk, and then that dark redder color is that high risk. So you'll see Alta Vista, high risk is 11%, Auburn L 6%, EB Kane that 4%, Rock Creek 6%, and Skyridge at 5%. So this was that data for that first rollout. So what our teams are doing is taking that data back to where our MTSS roundtable meetings, where they really look at that data and make sure that our students have the needs, the interventions that are going to meet those needs. Thank you. And do you have any questions?
So I just want to say that before I was on the board, I was in one of these PBIS committees, and to see it get this far, because you really need the teacher and staff buy-in. So I first of all want to congratulate the teacher and staff and the principals and you for making this happen. And then my question is, I noticed the community liaisons. Is that the same community liaison that like Leticia, for example? That's not the same.
No.
PCOE
Yep,
supplies
yep.
a different.
Yeah, and that's that person that is really educated within the community and that can really help the therapist, the family hook up to those community resources for mental health only.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
I also just wanted to acknowledge how much hard work goes into this on all the levels that trustee Ross just mentioned. For the new trustees, in case you're not aware, there was a board policy where we were not able to serve as trustees as representatives on the PBIS teams at the schools. But it's really important work and I really value it. And I think my main question is sustainability, because I think that the grant is coming to, oh, is there
I
another?
have some
component?
news on that. So I actually just talked to PCAE about this the other day, and there's actually more funding through a grant coming out that is going to be supporting Auburn through that further with their PBIS interventions. And as far as that wellness grant, I have a grant with Kaiser that we're working on right now that is extending some of that funding. And then there should be some mental health funds that are coming out January 2024, I believe, that will be passed, and that will just enable us to extend that wellness program as well.
Okay, I greatly appreciate it because we obviously are in a tough financial position, but this is a really valuable effort to maintain.
Absolutely. Agreed.
Could you expand on what's a wellness break?
What's a wellness break? That is maybe a student is in class and just is struggling, just needs some time outside the classroom. So the goal is to go take a wellness break, short amount of time, and get back to class, right? So it's really about asking for a break appropriately, right? So instead of running out of the classroom and having all kinds of behaviors, the goal is get them out, get them checked in, and then have them come back to class.
Can you maybe give us some examples of what some future ideas are to bring some more positive improvements
In as far as
in
the
all of the
wellness
different
centers?
schools? Yeah.
So, as far as wellness centers, like, we will have wellness center like here, for example, next
Yeah.
year, which is excellent. We have an intern right now that is providing services. And so our goal is to really expand that intern program and work with the different universities to bring more of that support here, that special apparent with just the increase in mental health and behaviors for our kids, right? Because it's huge, especially after COVID and everything. So I really want to, and the goal ultimately is to get students back engaged in that classroom, right? So provide that intervention so that they can return.
What are some ideas to get parents more involved in this?
That is a great question. So definitely having them be a part of that PBIS team, right? One grant that is coming down the road is our community schools grant. And that's something that we've applied for and we're looking at, because that's really a way to involve the community and just further engage families in that process.
Good.
So,
Good. Thank you.
yeah.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And
President Holt, our next presentation is on the California dashboard. Is it the desire of the board to hear this presentation, or would you like to move this to the end so we can address public comment, given that there's so many students in the audience?
well, my thought was we continue and we hear
Okay,
this, 'cause I
perfect.
think is this one also that we did not hear last month?
Correct. This is
Okay.
carried over from January 11th.
So
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, President Holt, trustees, staff, and guests. My name is Michelle Lucci Garcia, and I'm going to present to you the California dashboard, which I'm already clicking apparently. Okay, so the California dashboard is really a tool for parents and community to really be able to see how our district is performing in terms of the state and local indicators. So I included here a video since this is published. Anybody could go in and click on this presentation and watch this video. They could also go in and to the California dashboard online and look at our data. You don't need to have a login. It's for anybody in the community to be able to review. So I want to make sure everybody here knows that. So this online tool compiles information from CalPADS, the state required tests. And it primarily serves, again, like I said, as a tool for the public, but also an internal tool for us in the district to work with our families in our LCAP engagement to really design what our LCAP will look like, program effectiveness, and then the accountability pieces. So to make that more understandable, we look at the dashboard as one measure of our data, and then we design our programs with that, right? We also look at dashboard data when coming up with how to spend our LCAP dollars, and that's with our family and community. Okay. Apparently I skipped right through all these without even looking. I'm gonna scoot over here so I can feel it better. So our schools are also encouraged to use the data from the California dashboard as a measure when working with their site councils. So all of our school site principals work with their site council to really develop what the school goals are in their school plan. And so the dashboard is one of those measures as well. So the site principal will go ahead and give a presentation on what the dashboard is, all the data inside, and then they'll talk about formative assessments as well. And it's really just to give the school site council and the principal a well-rounded view of data so that they can spend their school dollars in the way that's needed for their students. So if you look at the dashboard prior to the pandemic, you would have seen the gauges, the gas gauges there. And you can see that, red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, those were the colors, right? But since the pandemic, so for a while, there was no dashboard, and now we have a dashboard again. But the goal was to use the cell bar format and just everything purple, right? Because we know that getting back to normal is going to take some time. And so the CDE decided to use this new method. From my understanding, we're going to go back to the gas gauges next year, but we'll see what happens. So earlier I referenced state indicators and local indicators. So the state indicators are the academic performance, chronic absenteeism, English learner progress, and suspension rate. These are all indicators that are reported to the state through some kind of a standardized method. So earlier I talked about CalPads, that's where suspension data goes. Academic performance is a state test and that type of thing. The local indicators are measured by the LEA. So we meet with a team of people, we as me and my crew, my educational services crew, we meet and we discuss, where we are in terms of responding to each indicator. So for instance, access to a broad course of study, you can see standard met. That standard met just means that we reported to the state in a timely manner how we're doing. So in other words, we may have said, we're really working to improve this, right? The standard met just means that we completed the task before the deadline. So back in November, I brought this data to the board, the big picture. So this is going to look familiar, but I wanted to really be able to kind of norm your understanding of that big picture before we kind of drill down. You may recall seeing this. This is how our district did in ELA and mathematics. So you'll see that 41.5% met or exceeded standards for ELA and 27.82 for math. Now, just a reminder that the dashboard is what we call old data. And I say that because it's last year's data. So are all these students even here? Some may have come and gone, right? We may have new students. When by the time I've shared this data with the public and the board, we've already implemented programs to address what we're seeing in the data. So when you see this, it's already what Ed Services would call old because we're already addressing it. And then as you probably recall, I showed the board, I discussed with the board how Auburn Union did make growth. So despite the pandemic and all the things, we still did make some growth compared to the state of California, which did not. So, we always want to celebrate growth because growth means at least we're moving toward the direction we want to go. And then again, this is by school. I'll let you look. I've already shown you this, but I'm going to let you look for a second. All sites made some sort of growth. And then this is the current dashboard. So if you were to go and type in California dashboard, this in our district name, this would pop up and you'd be able to see. So the confusing thing about the cell bar approach, and it took us a couple of times, us meaning people like me in this position, to really try to understand what those cell bars mean. So, so in terms of chronic absenteeism, I'm just going to point out the words because that's how I had to start. We have very high chronic absenteeism and suspension suspension rates. And then our English learner progress is medium. So what I was told is scoring medium for us was good because not all districts did, right? And so again, you know, we always want to celebrate growth. We know that there's more work to be done always, but I wanted to make you aware of that. Our English language arts, we are in the low category, and the same with math. But again, keeping in mind that we still make growth despite the challenges of the pandemic. And then again, these are all the local indicators were those locally measured indicators. They're all right here, standard met because we met the deadline. So if you go into the dashboard, you can really drill down pretty far. I didn't go as deep as we could because we could talk about this all day, right? But I just wanted to kind of make you aware of some of the areas. And I really want to walk over and point, but I'm not going to because then you can't hear me. So I'm just going to kind of let you look on the right here. You'll see the suspension rate for all students. So 9.5% were suspended at least one day. That's for Auburn Union, but below that is the state. Okay, so the state is at a medium range. We're at a very high range. Well, we knew this already because last year coming back from COVID, we had a lot of need. Our team mobilized last year knowing that there was need, and we really put a lot of things into place. You just heard Director Hughes talk about that. I highly suspect our dashboard will look different in terms of suspension next year, just because we put so many supports in place for students. So then if you look at the student on this table, sorry, this table over here, suspension rates. So the student groups for very high. So you can see that the very high category, we had a lot of student groups in that. And then I also broke down the percentage, but also the number. So if it's 9% of our students, it's really 9% of 325. If it's 6% of our students, it's 6% of 15. So I felt like giving you that context to really understand the numbers would be beneficial. Academic engagement, I kept the same format for all the slides for ease of understanding the slides. So again, all students in Auburn, very high, chronically absent, 36.9%. This is again last year's data. And then for California, 30%. And I can tell you that we use some of our ESSER funds to increase student engagement, which increases students coming to school. And then our academic performance, English language arts, you'll see all of our students are 24.8 below standard. And then you can look at the state, 12.2 points below standard. So we're celebrating growth, but we know that we have more growth to make.
May I ask how you utilize the state data? Do you use that as like a target that we would like to be more aligned with what the state averages are, for example? I know we're also celebrating the growth because that's progress, but do we have like a particular target in mind for where we want to be?
So our target, our Ed Services Department, our target always is growth, obviously, right? But I don't compare what we're doing to the state because, you know, the state is, there are many, many districts within the state. I really just wanted to put that up to give you context about like where we are in relation to the state. What we look at is we look at our strategic plan, right? And we look at, you know, the needs. So what are the SIPSAs, the school plan for student achievement? What do the principals have for their goals? What is the community looking at, right? And so our strategic plan is really our best document because that was developed by the community and our staff as well. So when we're planning what we're doing, we use the teaching and learning roadmap, we use the strategic plan, and then we, of course, we don't work in silos in Ed Services, we work together. So all the input from community and stakeholders and the principals. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, so you're really focused on what we've heard from local stakeholders in terms of their priorities and focusing on implementing things like the 5-year roadmap. So we're not necessarily chasing like the state average or the Placer County. There isn't like a comparison group that feels similar to us that we're trying to match or.
I don't personally That's not my personal belief. I believe that these are our students and we need to help them get to where they need to be. And so comparing us to another district or even to the state would be a disservice to the taxpayers who fund the school, which serve the kids, right? So our goal in Ed Services is to really look at what is the need of the whole child, and then we just continue to make growth along the way.
Thank you.
Oops. And then math. So again, by student group, and then the state comparison just for reference. But we are 61.7 points below standard. So we have some work to do in math. We know that. But again, we did make growth. So the teaching and learning roadmap was developed by a group of educators here in Auburn, and our goal was to really look at what we're doing in Auburn and make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students, as I was saying. And so we looked at the data and all the things that we were doing, and we discovered that every school did a little bit of something different. So since then, we adopted curriculum and we aligned what all the sites are doing with each other. Now we know that every site has their own, their own culture, their flair, their, what they're doing, but all within that teaching and learning roadmap. And if you look at the roadmap, you will see that there's just a progression. So the first year was really that development. What are we doing in Auburn? Then we had the strategic plan was developed. And then we took, that work that we decided to do, and we just stretched it out over time. And if you look at it, you will see that there's not new things that are added each year. It's the same things that we're doing, just stretched out over time. And now COVID brought some challenges. So we did, we brought some new things in within the categories because we had extra funds and we were able to. But really our goal is we just slow and steady, right? Slow and steady. And then making data-informed decisions. So Director Hughes did talk about MTSS. So our MTSS data roundtable meetings are really meant to bring multiple measures of data and discuss the whole child. What are the needs and how can we address them within all of the, everything I've talked about so far today. But if you look at, data-informed decision-making is the big thing, right? We have to make decisions based on data. And then our strategic plan, our roadmap, LCAP with our LCFF funding, and then the school site plans are all based on that. So if you really look at them, you could put all these in a line and they all relate. If you lay all the plans out side by side, you will see commonalities, and that's the goal, right? Because that's how we have consistency, and we just do it over time and we watch that slow growth. Yes.
Right. Can you just tell me what SPSA is again?
Yes, school plan for student achievement.
Okay.
Sometimes I have to think about the acronyms too. Yeah. And then we, serving, 1,580 students. That's who we serve.
Is
Thank
that P2 data, the 1580?
That is, I think it was 1583 last year. That is data that I took. I don't know. I can't tell you. I made this slide. So this was going to be presented last month, but I made it in December. So it's December.
We had a little bit of an influx that I think we were like 1540 or 1539, I think at P1. So does that mean we've enrolled some additional students since?
I'd have to
fall?
get back to you on that
Okay, no
because
problem.
that was my, there's so much that happened since then. I'd have to look back and see, is that data that I put in because it was last year's? Is it this year's? I will look and I will get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Any different questions? Thank you. All right, moving on to agenda item 8, and that is public comment. We do have a translator available, and just would like to remind the public that members of the public using a translator to address the board shall be limited to 6 minutes. We do. Oh, thanks. Sorry, disregard. We are not onto agenda item 8 yet. We are still on item 7B.
All right, good evening again. President Holt, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Alva, Diana Wilson again, Principal of Alta Vista to share our dashboard with you. As you know, there's been a lot of talk about LEAs and this, and we are our own LEA, so we report on the dashboard as well. So here we go. And there we go. I'm going to skip the parts that Assistant Superintendent Lucci Garcia already covered about how the dashboard is and what it's for. This is for last school year. So 21-22, we were at 131 students, 35.1% socioeconomically disadvantaged students, 2.3% English language learners, and last year, 0% foster youth. This is our overall dashboard. Our standards have all been met. And again, we're using the cell bars this year instead of the gas gauge. And the English learner progress is not reported because the numerical value is under 11 students. So that's why we have English learners. They're just not reported out for privacy. All right, so yes, chronic absenteeism was a factor last year. The statewide absenteeism rate was at 30%. We're at 54% last year, which is over half our school. There has been a call for action from Superintendent Thurman by our state to revise how we're doing attendance. You know, we just came back from the pandemic last year. They would like us to look for the root cause of chronic absenteeism. Why are so many of our students not returning? Why are they not engaged in school? We need to get them back, but we need to understand what their barriers are. We need to be visiting them in their homes. We do have MTSS very strong in Alta Vista, as we do in AUSD. So we've got our MTSS roundtable meetings where we talk about each and every student, and attendance is always a factor in those discussions. We need to help everyone be connected to their community, and we'll be taking this information to our LCAP this year, later on this spring. And CDE has also referenced their financial initiatives to be able to piggyback them off each other to help with chronic absenteeism as well. Suspension rate for the state is 3.2%. At Alta Vista last year, it was 4.5%. But I want to put that in perspective. In California, there are 297,000 students, and 3.2% of that is 9,504 students suspended last year. At Alta Vista, given that we only have 131 students, that was 6 students. So I know it looks like we're a lot higher, but 6 students. And what are we doing for those students? How are we supporting them? As was mentioned before, we have a well-established PBIS program, Tier 1 supports in support of all kids, weekly recognitions for students, Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports for students this year at Alta Vista. We did receive silver recognition last year. We're hoping for gold this year. We have our wellness center available to all kids, which came fully online last December. And we have a lot of families that have outside services available to them as well. We have structured recess and choices, social groups run by wellness, and we celebrate and recognize academic achievement and academic growth every trimester. This is the data, the CASP data that was presented to you earlier this year. And so we're at the point, like Assistant Lucci Garcia said, we've already addressed problems here or areas of opportunities for improvement. We have a reading intervention teacher full-time dedicated at Alta Vista, paid for through our LCAP, identified as an area of need. And we also have a temporary math intervention teacher funded by the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant. Based on our test scores, that was an area of need also. And then this is our comparison from 2020 to 2021 to 21 to 22. We grew in ELA, we went up in ELA and math. So yes, we have room for improvement, but I was pleased that we are in the upward direction. And just to familiarize you with Alta Vista's mission, we engage in rigorous, relevant, and comprehensive learning that challenges all learners to use creativity, critical thinking, and problem solving to positively contribute to a global society. Our vision, a community of learners developing confidence, perseverance, integrity, and empathy in facing future challenges. And Alta Vista holds all members of its community accountable for positively contributing to safe, respectful, and responsible learning. We have a strong partnership with AUSD with our teaching and learning roadmap, as well as data-informed practices. So we collaborate well. And thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. All right, now moving on to agenda item 8, public comment. Again, there is a translator available. Just a reminder too, public comments are limited to 3 minutes speaking time, and members of the public utilizing a translator to address the board shall be limited to 6 minutes. There's a 20-minute time limit on public comment per topic. And so for this, there's a 20-minute time limit. And if the meeting is breached, the board meeting will be canceled. So, and after we exceed the 20 minutes, we can resume general public comment at the end of the meeting tonight, at the end of the agenda.
Hello, I'm Marissa Aldrett, and I'm here to help you if you need.
Please speak into the microphone.
I'm Marissa Aldrett, and I'm here to help if you guys need translation in Spanish. Hola, me llamo Marisa, y si necesitan ayuda para para entender en español, ven y te puedo ayudar. Gracias.
I'd like to ask a clarifying question about public comment. What are we doing with emailed public comment? Because previously we would read those aloud, but I think we've had, obviously with all the decisions that have been made, or the process of considering consolidation, we've had a lot more public comment than our typical meetings.
Right, and I think that's something that we, it's covered in here in the agenda that went out, that emailed comment will not be read. If you're here, you can certainly read the email that you submitted, but otherwise emailed comments just to the board, we aren't going to have an employee reading those.
But we will read them. We do read them.
Thank you. So those are sent to each member of the board, so those are read.
When did this change occur? 'Cause I think we used to read the emailed comments.
We did, or previously, but then at the last 2 meetings, the emailed comments were not read.
Yeah.
And then that went into the language of this agenda in advance of 72 hours before today's meeting.
Typically, we don't receive much public comment just generally, so it is, I would like us to revisit when we kind of get to when we're not in this like kind of moment of making monumental decisions, or I mean, we always are, but I would like to revisit moving forward that we do hear those comments. If the individual sent the email to public comment, I think it's their intention that it be shared.
Okay, and I think that's something we can discuss when we're going
Sure.
through our protocols too, as we're looking at.
I think that's not until late March
March
though.
25th, yeah.
I'd like to propose, we have a lot of children, that we hear children's comments first and that we extend the 20 minutes to make sure that they get a chance to be heard so that we don't have to make them wait till the end of the meeting, if that's possible.
I mean, what's everybody's thought on that? Certainly open to hearing students first, but I don't know that we can do that every board meeting. So
I just think it's a great.
How many comments do we have?
15.
About how
I
many?
would agree about wanting to hear students first so they can get to bed.
Okay, so
Absolutely.
if there's 15, then it's 2 minutes. What's that? 2 minutes. They're all 15. Well, yeah, and then 6 if there's any that need to be translated. Correct. Yeah, do you have a?
I'd recommend we hear them all, just then we can finish the board meeting and it'll be a little quieter. Yeah, it's worth hearing them out.
I agree.
Okay, so
All right.
of the 15 that we have, then
Yes,
yes,
Absolutely.
thank you.
sure. So then we will extend and we'll hear the 15 that have put in for public comment. Yes, so there will not be a 20-minute time limit, but we will hear all that have. Yes. Oh. Got it. Okay. Now, If we're gonna hear them all, I guess we could just do them in order. Perfect. Or we'll just do them in order that we have them here, because we're just gonna go plug right through it.
Good afternoon. So I wrote this down, and I've read it over 100 times. But a lot has changed since the time that I wrote this to the time seeing you guys walk in and to make a decision or whatever it is that you guys were doing. And I was thinking all these ways of how I was angry about Fripp and the verbiage, and how me, right, as a hardworking taxpayer, didn't understand Fripp and correlate that with school closure. Right, man, I should have caught that, right? And I was mad, and I was like, well, you know, the board needs to hear about this, and you know, and all these other good valid points. And I don't think that approaching this situation that way is going to get any headway. We have a decline, obviously, here in Auburn. The numbers show it, right? I believe that there's over 3,000 kids in our community. And the majority of the kids are going to Blue Door and getting homeschooled. We have to ask ourselves why. Why is that? Is it our schools that are failing these kids? What's going on? And what I think that we need to start really ask ourselves is how we can get those kids back. How can we interact with those parents to get these children back in our schools? Because that's the answer. That is the answer to this, is getting those children back in our schools. Right. And listening to some of these parents, they were telling me these stories. Most of them were disabled children and have speech problems. And they were told that Auburn Elementary couldn't help them no more, and that they had to go to Rock Creek. And now that their children are excelling at Rock Creek, now they're told they have to go back to Auburn Elementary. There's all this underlying things that I don't believe has been addressed. And I believe that, like, it really just an open heart and really looking into it and seeing what these key problems are, which is the enrollment numbers, and how we do this as a community to bring these children back to our schools where they belong, to come in here and play in this. Stacy Dragila went here. That's an Olympian, right? Nathan Coy, 4-time national NCAA champion, wrestled right here side by side with me. Mr. Green taught up in those rooms. These are legacies that we are willing to let go. For what? I understand the budget. We have to get these children back. We have to get these children back. How do we do that, you guys? I have some ideas. I'm sure you all have ideas. I'm sure these parents have ideas. Right? And I also want to say, Amber, I heard that about the heart attack. My heart goes out to you. I honestly hope that you heal properly, and I hope none of this affects your health. I'm being honest and truthful. Nobody wants to see that, right? Nobody. I hope the best for you. I hope that the board really can see this through and really take a look at the underlying problems, the issues, the kids not being here. How can we get them back? It's not by cutting the sports programs here. I'll tell you that. I have to take my kid all the way down to Loomis to wrestle for USA Gold instead of wrestling right here for Team Green that I used to coach. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, board. Good evening, community. Seeking peace with justice. I'm the Reverend Alex da Silva Soto. I serve with the faithful people of Sierra Foothills Unitarian Universalists just down the street. And I used to live in Auburn Greens. And it's just a couple blocks from Rock Creek. And most of my neighbors' kids are students at Rock Creek. And many of them had to walk themselves to school in the morning because their parents had to be at work very, very early in the morning. And many of them had to walk themselves back home because their parents had 2 or 3 jobs and didn't have the privilege of picking up their children at school. So what will happen to these students? That's my big concern. And Rock Creek is a thriving school, as it was just said a couple minutes ago, with great history of success, generational success. Students feel safe there, and we know that students cannot learn if they don't feel safe in schools. We know that for a fact. So look at all these families right here and all these students in this really cold night. Please listen to them. And I have two big questions that might be difficult to hear, but I feel compelled to ask. Why do the most socioeconomically disadvantaged people and people of color have to pay the price for districts' financial issues? Why do they have to pay the price for it? Would Rock Creek be closed if it didn't serve primarily a community of people of color in an economically disadvantaged part of our district? Difficult questions, but critical questions. So please redact your vote so hardworking and loving families can have peace, knowing that their children are at the school that they love, the school that best serves them. Please redact your vote so Rock Creek students can focus on their studies instead of living in fear that their school will be taken away from them. I know you can be creative, you can find solutions, and the community is here to help you find solutions. We can do that. Don't close a successful school. Please allow children to go to sleep peacefully and their parents as well. Thank you.
Michelle Soto.
Good afternoon. As a former Rock Creek student, it really worries me about this whole thing going down. My little brother is autistic, and we were told that Rock Creek has the best program that would be able to help him. So what's gonna happen to students like him now that this school is closing, or that has the possibility of closing? Where is he gonna go? We've tried Alta Vista and Skyridge, and both those options did not work for him. So what is gonna happen to students like him? His class is already hard to manage, and there's 30 students in his class or that are being given extra help. Where are those students gonna be placed? Are they gonna receive the help they need? Where is this program gonna go that gave them extra assistance? My brother was thriving at Rock Creek. He was beginning to do very well. He has improved in lots of things. So this is gonna definitely set him back. He's not good with adapting to different schools, and this will change his whole routine up. And I know it will be very hard for him to adjust to a new school. So what's gonna happen to all these other kids that are also gonna have a hard time adjusting to his new school? As you know, autistic kids do not do good in adjusting to new routines. And if you screw this whole thing up, screw with their whole routines, it's gonna mess their education up. Thank you.
I believe as a board, we can ask that there be follow-up when there are specific questions that are asked, such as what would services for autistic students look like and where might they be located in the future and what the plan is. I don't know that that can be answered now, but I guess I'm asking that we follow up on the issue that was raised.
I'm gonna say that that is really based on their IEP, so that's such an individual need, right? So it depends on, I'm just gonna say it's autism, depends on that level of autism. Some students are in general education classrooms, some students may need more of that intensive need. We do have a special day class, for example, for those students with more intensive needs at Skyridge that is specifically set up for students with that just higher need. Okay, so it really just depends.
And are these programs going to be emphasized or improved for next year?
As for each program,
far
yes,
as-
yes, yeah.
okay.
And for example, we are making plans behind the scenes in regards to, what those special education programs will look like at those different sites. So yes,
So it will be at the other schools also.
yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Victoria Uria. Victoria. Rita Enriquez.
Buenas noches a todos. He pasado una copia de mi comentario a cada uno de los del comité. Me dirijo a ustedes con todo respeto. Me dirijo directamente a la superintendente. Referente a las dos reuniones que ella ha realizado en nuestra escuela Rock Creek el 2 y el 3 de febrero, no nos ha dado las soluciones satisfactorias, porque está haciendo cosas tan incoherentes, está tomando decisiones que deberían de haberse tomado antes de decir vamos a cerrar la escuela.
Regarding the meetings.
Speak into the microphone.
Regarding the meetings that you have held at Rock Creek Schools on February 2nd and 3rd, you have not given us satisfactory solutions because they are doing such inconsistent things. You are making decisions that you should make before saying we are going to close the school.
Como padres de familia de la Rock Creek, no nos ha escuchado nuestros comentarios de estas reuniones, ni en que estemos aquí presentes, no nos ha tomado en cuenta a nuestras peticiones, no les ha tomado importancia porque somos hispanos. En dicha escuela se ve la preferencia que tiene entre el americano y el hispano, porque al principio del año escolar se dieron varias propuestas. Una de ellas era poner 6º grado en nuestra escuela y no fue así. Y como padre, no nos ha preguntado si estamos de acuerdo o no de esa propuesta. La otra propuesta fue de enseñar el español a los americanos en nuestra escuela y tampoco lo hizo, sino que desde el principio fue dejando de lado a nuestra escuela y lo pasó a la escuela Drigere Elementary School. Nuestra escuela desde un principio no fue tomada en cuenta, sino que le ha ido quitando los fondos de ayuda de bilingüe. ¿Sabía usted que se iba a cerrar desde un principio? Por eso negó de no dejar esas propuestas hechas en nuestra escuela.
As parents of Rock Creek, they have not listened to our comments for these meetings, or when we are here. They do not take our requests into account. They have not taken importance because we are Hispanic in said school. The preference is seen between the American and the Hispanic because at the beginning of the school year, several proposals were made. One of them was to put 6th grade in our school, and it was not like that. And as parents, they have not asked us if we agreed or not. The other proposal was to teach Spanish at our school, and that was not done either. Instead, he left it at Skyridge Elementary. Our school has been taken into account from the beginning, but you have taken away the funds for bilingual help. You already knew that it was going to close. That is why you refused not to leave those proposals made in our school.
Como padres de familia nos sentimos defraudados por parte del distrito escolar. Como escuela no podemos estar pagando consecuencias financieras, por decir así, que se dé el cierre de nuestra escuela. Entonces, ¿todos los años se va a cerrar una escuela? Cuando ustedes poseen un buen salario, dándose sus antojos, los invito a trabajar en el aula un día con los maestros. Ellos ahí han estado al pie del cañón, a veces dando una sonrisa de oreja a oreja, cuando están destrozados, algunos de lutos, otros con familias enfermas, y eso no lo ven ustedes, solo hay intereses económicos, no de progreso.
As parents, we feel let down by the school district. As a school, we cannot be paying financial consequences for saying so that our school closes. So every year a school will close when you have a good salary, giving your whims. I invite you to work in the classrooms one day with the teachers. There have been at the foot of the canyon, sometimes giving a smile from ear to ear when you are devastated, some of them in mourning, others with sick families that you do not see their only economic interests, not progress.
Cuando decimos un año escolar de transición, ya se dieron cuenta de lo mucho que van a afectar a nuestros hijos, a nuestra escuela. Somos una comunidad, una familia de esta escuela Rock Creek. Han salido muchas generaciones, han servido mucho a la comunidad para aquellos que no tienen transporte.
When we say a school year of transition, they already realized how much it will affect our children. In our school, we are a community and a family from this Rock Creek school. Many generations have left. It has served the community a lot of those for who do not have transportation.
Las decisiones vienen desde el año 2018 y hasta este año se dio el cierre de nuestra escuela, donde deberíamos seguir abiertos para un futuro y empezar un año escolar sin tanto caos. Al principio de este año se quitó el transporte escolar y así fue. Dejó muchos padres pagando el ride de sus hijos para las escuelas EBK y la high school. Tengo una pregunta. ¿Cómo funcionó la high school sin tener fondos? Pasaron, comieron y siguieron abiertos. ¿Por qué Rock Creek no puede seguir abierta?
The decision come from 2018, and until this year, the closure of our school occurred, where we should remain open for the future and to start a school year without so much chaos at the beginning of this year. It removed the school transport and that is how it left many parents paying the way of their children for the E.V. Kane School and the high school. I have a question because the Pleasure High School worked without a budget because a small school cannot function when for each child they are giving a certain amount of money.
Usted como superintendente, ¿por qué no toma otra decisión y dice no al cierre a la escuela? No venga a decir una decisión que no queríamos tomar y se ponga con esa cara roja cuando es mentira lo que dice sentir. Se da cuenta el gran daño que ha hecho al personal administrativo, docente, alumnos y padres de familia.
You as a superintendent, because you do not make other decisions, you say no to closing the school. Don't come to say a decision that we didn't want to make and turn red in the face when what you say is a lie because you realize the great damage you have done to administrative staff, teaching students and parents.
Tomen en cuenta nuestros comentarios, tomen en cuenta nuestra presencia, tomen en cuenta porque estamos aquí. Queremos que esta escuela permanezca abierta. Escuchen nuestras voces. Sufren los niños. Sufre el personal administrativo de nuestra escuela. Los docentes. Niños que no toman decisiones dónde ir a la escuela. Es bien duro ver a nuestros hijos llorar. No quiero ir a tal escuela. No quiero ir a la Auburn Elementary. No quiero ir a la EBK. ¿Qué puede hacer un padre? ¿Ponerlos a la fuerza a una escuela donde no quieren ir? Es la pregunta que tengo para ustedes. Se cierra la escuela de sus hijos o de sus nietos. ¿Qué va a pasar con ustedes cuando vean sus hijos destrozados?
She asks you guys what will happen when you see your students and your family upset because of the closing of this school. She asks you to please take all of the comments into consideration and the presence of all the people here.
Espero que esta decisión que vayan a tomar ahora, plasmarla en el papel, tomen en cuenta la presencia de nosotros, tomen en cuenta nuestros comentarios. Si en un principio no los tomaron en cuenta, ¿por qué? Ahora es el momento que los pueden tomar en cuenta y esos votos hay que decirle no.
She again asks you to take into consideration of the students and all the family members. Please redact your vote.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Roca. Leonel Roca.
That's not me. Good evening, board. I got a question. Hopefully I can get a response out of this. I heard rumors that the kitchen at Auburn Elementary couldn't serve all the students. So all the new students that came in to start in school year. So they were going to pull from Rock Creek's kitchen. Yet one of the reasons that the 3 board members chose to choose Rock Creek was because the kitchen wasn't big enough. Are those rumors true by chance? That's what I'm looking for the question.
We have been advised by legal counsel that this time is really for members of the public to have a chance to address the board. And so specific questions from the board, you can direct staff at a later time to either reach out and address the community or respond instead of giving presentations. So we want to make sure that we limit our questions from the board so that our public has the time to speak.
Well, then I would like to ask staff to follow up on the question that was just raised.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yuretsi Soto.
Ma'am, if you'd like to make public comment, please. Come up here.
Hi, my name is Yuretsi Soto. The first thing I want to say is that you still have a chance to change your mind to keep Rock Creek open. Don't worry about the traffic or water or the parking. Worry about the students, the teachers and the families and their feelings. Rock Creek has so many opportunities and goals PBIS.
Bristol Scanlon.
Hi. I don't even know where to begin. I feel like this is a great injustice to our community. I want to know if you guys are aware of what happens.
Ma'am,
You
if
guys
you could please
can't hear
speak into the microphone.
Sorry about that.
It's also online, so they need to be able to hear you.
I don't know where to begin. I feel like this is a great injustice to our community. I want to know if the board members are aware of what happens to the community when schools get closed down, the increase in crime rates. Specifically, I feel like it's a huge injustice, and I feel like that Rock Creek was chosen because of the fact that it's a poor community with a lot of Hispanic. It's sad not to see an Hispanic board member, even, so that our people could have a better representation. A lot of the questions don't get answered at these meetings, except for the ones that are convenient and have a nice little bow on them. I'm wondering why it is that we have so many superintendents. I've asked that question in past, and the answer is comparing us to larger districts. Then when another question is answered or asked, the answer is to compare us to a small district. So which one are we? Are we a large district or a small district? Why do we have so many superintendents? How are these children going to safely walk to school? Have you gone to the Greens and thought, what is the safe route from that location to these other locations where we're going to displace these children to? Not to mention all of the after-school programs, the Boys and Girls Club, we're continued to be lied to, saying that it's going to be relocated. But if it's relocated, it would be a conflict of interest with the contracts that they already have at those schools for their after-school programs. I mean, 3 minutes isn't even enough. I don't think that we were heard. And I'm asking that you guys please redact your vote. I know that it's difficult to say that we've made a mistake, but I feel like we need to put this back on the drawing board for our community as a whole, not just simple things like schools, but crime and Auburn as a whole. The people need to be heard. And I don't think that we've been heard. My time's running out. I don't know what else to say except for please reconsider this decision. There's a lot of community members, families, parents, teachers that would be more than happy to get involved in the decision-making, the plans, finding other routes, other ways of keeping our schools open for Auburn as a whole. Thank you.
Tomas Evangelista.
Good evening. We are here because we want to ask you to redact your vote. I asked the parents after the decision was made what they wanted us to do, how we can help them. Now that you guys made that decision, they wanted to continue fighting for your school. So I'm doing what they want to do, and I support what they really want, and that is to keep Rock Creek open. But I also want to address the process that this decision was made, because no disrespect to the translator, but the translation wasn't, it was a summary, it wasn't even a translation. I understand a lot was said. Any of these meetings weren't translated correctly. And in fact, like, what your response, they can't understand. They can't understand this entire meeting. Like, the entire process, I think, was unjust. I gotta ask, I mean, you have a lawyer here to protect you because you know you are doing something wrong. And that is, I mean, you guys are talking. And I mean, this whole process, let me ask you, during any of these committees, during FRIP especially, during the recommendation, was there a Rock Creek parent that voted on their recommendation? I'll tell you the answer. The answer is no. Was there a Rock Creek Latino parent on the FRIP committee to share those recommendations? And the answer is no, because I'm not a parent. I was on the FRIP committee. I'm not even in this district. So you did not hear, or the parents' voices and decision wasn't included. Their vote, their recommendation wasn't included in that committee. So I think that's why that recommendation is void. And I think that we need to, that one of you needs to redact your vote so that we can keep Rock Creek open. And there are other ways that we can continue to keep our district fiscally solvent. We need you to redact your vote. We're going to continue fighting. We're not going to give up. We're going to continue showing up. We have other resources as you do as well, but we will continue fighting. So what do we want? When do we want it? All right, thank you.
Zoe Ornelius.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with, I was a Rock Creek student. I'm in high school now, and the opportunities that Rock Creek had given me is tremendous. Okay, I came from a really bad school. When I came to Rock Creek, a science teacher showed me the stars and the rocks on the ground and the plants that are on Auburn, and I want to be a science teacher at Rock Creek. But I don't know how I'm going to be a science teacher if Rock Creek isn't going to be here. I need Rock Creek to be here. And my 5-year-old nephew needs to be a Rock Creek too. Or cousin, it doesn't matter. We're all family. I don't want him to be sent to school where he feels different, so he has to act different. I don't want him to be bullied like I was because I was brown, because they assumed that I speak Spanish, which I didn't. Okay, not every Mexican speaks Spanish. I'm sorry, but I don't want to see him go through that like I did. I'm barely 15. I don't want that to happen to my 5-year-old cousin. Okay, I need you to take back your vote and keep Rock Creek open. And if you don't, then you're gonna see a lot. You're gonna see a lot change in the community. You're gonna see like mental health go down. You're gonna see, you're not gonna see students at school as much because they don't have transportation. Not all families can go and drop their kids off at 8 o'clock in the morning so they're to their school every single day. We need to keep Rock Creek open for everyone, and not just for me, but for everybody. The teachers, the students, the parents, the community. We need to keep it open now. Now that's coming from me, not from the parents, not from you guys, no offense, but from me, a high school student that went to Rock Creek. I need this school to be open. That's all. Thank you.
Claudia Sanchez.
Hi, everyone. So I'm here today just hoping that this is the last time that we have to come and beg you guys, because that's what we're doing, basically, begging you guys to keep our school open. You guys already know that this is more than a school. This is family. This is all we have. This is our dreams, our future, not only our kids, everyone's. The whole family is in this. One of the things that I need to ask is, I think we need an audit on all the money that it's coming to the district. I mean, why are we in such a hard pressure of money? Where's this all money going? Because we have kids, there's kids going to school. There should be at least some other options. So I feel like the money is going somewhere else that it shouldn't be. Like maybe buying furniture for a new person on the district.
They don't need new furniture. Like I don't even have new furniture in my house. We can just do garage sales or something like that, you know, make it easier so that our kids are the ones using that money, not somebody else, not an adult. The other thing that I wanted to ask is why every time that we are talking about feeling discriminated, there's one person of the district always laughing at us, and we have videos of this person laughing. And I feel that, I don't know, you guys have to come out and talk about this because it's really hurting our feelings. And it shouldn't be like that. There should be no one laughing about anybody's emotions or how they feel or what's going on. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, it was how on every meeting, board meetings, town hall meetings, everywhere, we always have a translator. But if you remember, I don't know if any of you guys noticed, we had a lot of people, like Hispanic people, especially from Rocky, wearing our blue shirts or jackets. And a lot of them needed translation. I remember Leticia, because I saw her, I talked to her. She came to the front and she asked for a microphone. She was denied a microphone to translate to people. We had people on this corner right here gathering together in Leticia on the middle. And she was, as you guys were talking, she was trying to tell people what was going on. I don't think that was the way to do it. That's not the way to do it. There's plenty of microphones. You guys could have shared one, given it to Leticia, and make sure that all the families were listening and were comprehending what you guys were talking. And that I feel that's discrimination. When you guys denied a microphone to translate to people that are here listening to you guys and they want to speak to you guys, there has to be a microphone available for those persons. Please, this feels like discrimination. It really does. If you see it from whatever point, it feels discriminated. So please take back your vote. Please, please, please. Let's find a way together. We're a community. We can find ways. We can fight. We can do so many things. Like I can even tell you, we can sell food if it's needed. We can do garage sales if it's needed. Let's just come together, talk to us, communicate, translate, make sure we talk. We can fight, please. Thank you.
Destiny Yocum.
So first I would like to talk off with the transportation. I know last meeting at Rock Creek, it was talked about, but I guess they didn't know what they were gonna do about it, so it was gonna be coming back later. But there is a route that you can take, but you have to go through the homeless camp in order to get to Auburn L from the Greens, because that's where most parents are and that's where most parents do live. So what are we gonna do about these kids that walk there every day? What are we gonna do about them? There's no transportation. We don't even have buses anymore. We don't even have buses from the Greens to EBK, and that's why we are so backed up every morning. And the traffic is absolutely horrible. And what are we gonna do? Because you have to walk right through the homeless encampment. So what about these people that could be on drugs, that could be kidnappers, that could have gone to jail and just had gotten out? What are we gonna do? Like they could get hit by cars because the round circle table, like the roundabout thing, people could get hit by cars because people like to drive like idiots. First thing in the morning too. How are people going to get there? Our school starts at 8:30, so we can meet people in the middle for the time that they start at school. As a kid, I was actually bullied. I went to Auburn L first of all, and then I got kicked out of that school. And then I found Rock Creek, and then I was like, this is actually my school because I fit in there. And when I went to there, I used to go up to the office to see my birthday twin, Miss Crystal. and we have the same birthday. And I remember one time she gave me a cupcake for a birthday. And my little brother even goes to that school. He doesn't want it to shut down because he has friends there. It's a multicultural school. And if you're going to send these kids, all these Spanish speaking kids, what are you going to do? Is there going to be a translator at that school? Is there going to be speeches, like the speech improvement for those kids that probably don't even know how to speak English, or probably only have a little bit of English that they can speak? What are we gonna do? How many kids are gonna have to get hit or kidnapped, or how many kids are going to not end up showing up to school? And I get that we have a decrease in enrollment or whatever, but if you think about it, how many kids are not going to end up wanting to show up to school because they can't walk, because they are not going to end up wanting to walk because they're afraid they're going to get hit by cars, kidnapped, anything like that. I'd also like to talk about something that happened at EV Kane and why we are sticking Alta Vista kids, and I know my time is running out. There have been sexual assaults going on at EV Kane. Why are we sticking little kids there with someone that sexually assaults kids? We haven't even kicked her out of the school yet. We only suspended her for 3 days and we kept her in that school. What are we going to do? She's still at that school. What's to say that she wouldn't do it to somebody else?
Maggie Aguilar.
Hello. We're sorry to hear that you have a heart attack, Amber. We hope you get better soon. With that being said, it feels like our voices, you guys haven't heard our voices. In my personality, I feel so bad because every time we show up here, you haven't heard our voices. It's like we spend a lot of time here with you guys for this decision, like everyone is saying. Nobody asked that. There wasn't like a Rock Creek parent here in the free community. So for me, this is an injustice. It's easy to take, to take stuff from the low-income people for the poor people and give it to the rich people. It feels so hard, so bad, because it's always the Hispanic people, the color community will have to pay for other people's mistakes. This is horrible. It's always like that. They later on online, what happened? Oh, a drug, and teaching us, telling bad stuff to us. This is not good, guys. You have to think about the damage you are doing, not the kids, for all the family, for the whole community. And it feels so bad that you haven't heard our voices. It's like a talking with the wall. It feels like it. I've been here every single meeting. Do you take our voice and count? No, you didn't. It's still like it. I don't even, live in this district. I live in Grass Valley, and many times I've been telling you guys this. I choose Rock Creek because Rock Creek is not like a normal school. It's a family school. The whole community, we're there. We meet either there, Sometimes, I don't know if you know that, but when we send our kids one time to Destination Imagination, we had to sell a lot of food. We come together as a community to raise $10,000 for those kids to send them to Knoxville. We sold pupusa, we sold, teachers and parents and kids work together to raise the money as a community. You're taking away our community. That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing with this decision. Making kids suffering. It's so hard to see my child saying, Mom, where am I gonna go next year, Mom? Do you want to move me back to our district where we belong, right there in Grass Valley? Or we're gonna go to someplace else? It's so sad. Just think about if you're your kid, we're dealing with this problem. What are you gonna do? Just put for one moment in our shoes. Put yourselves in our shoes. Only because we're colored people, we are disadvantaged, we're low-income people. That's what you're doing this. Just think about us. Think about our kids. Think about our future. Think about our legacy. We want our kids to succeed in this country, that country that we choose for them. What if we want to tell them, oh, well, because people in the district think that that decision they had to make, they had to close. I'm sorry, because, I just sad and mad right now because what is going on with our community. I'm sick and tired seeing always with the Hispanic, the color community had to pay the price for other people. This is not right. Do it fair, make it right.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Your time is up. Marlene Ramos.
Hi, my name is Marlene Ramos. I was a former student at Rock Creek Elementary. Growing up, I'm a first generation immigrant, which I am proud of. My parents didn't speak any English at the time, so it was a struggle. But Rock Creek offered English speaking classes for a lot of the non-English speaking parents, which a lot of them are ELD students, and they are learning English, which I am very proud of them for, taking time to be able to be involved with their child and helping them with their English. Something that I want to, just acknowledge is that all the teachers throughout all my elementary school years did everything they could to provide for me and be able to reach my academic potential and have the confidence in the confidence that I needed to become a fluent English speaker and be able to balance both languages. Being bilingual is something to be proud of. I'm very proud to be bilingual and be able to speak both fluently. It's an advantage. Something also that I want to say is that the translators, I appreciate them so much for taking time out of their day to come and translate for all the non-English speaking parents, but it doesn't do justice for what they want to say. It doesn't really empower their emotions towards, their defense and what their position is. They do translate, but it's not, it's kind of like blank, it's like the Google Translator, you don't hear them, they aren't heard. You don't feel their emotions. You can't really put yourself in a position, it's when you go on like Audible to read a book and it sounds like Google Translate, you can't really like feel it, you can't feel the characters. And, despite the growing number of Hispanics in this community, we are still at an educational disadvantage. For one, translators, a lot of students won't be able to reach their English speaking potential because they aren't going to be near other kids who are also learning. I feel like learning English for me was a lot more easier just because I had other students learning as well. So I felt comfortable, and it'll feel uncomfortable for a lot of new non-speaking students because they feel, as a minority, they don't feel like they are a part of them because they are still learning. And because we are at a slow demand of, qualified teaching, English teaching, people who are qualified to teach English, we don't have much of that, it's a shortage of that. I think it was just Leticia that I saw at all the meetings, and this lovely young lady who came, it just adds to the
Thank you, Ms.
difficulty.
Ramos. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Those are all the public comments.
Thank you. All right, and moving on to item 9A, association reports, Auburn Union Teachers Association.
Good evening, President Holt, trustees, and Superintendent Lealva. I'm at a loss for words as to what is happening in our district. Families are grieving the loss of a beloved school and community. Teachers are worried about where they will go and what that will look like. Families are worried that Alta Vista will not survive a move. There are so many questions and no answers. I have attended several town hall meetings, and the thread is simple. Families want answers. They want to know what the plan is. Where is the transparency in this transition? Where is the understanding and compassion to actively listen to the concerns of this community? As long as there are unanswered questions about schools, staff, building conditions, and transportation, how is this ever going to work? I don't see the community getting behind this consolidation. Maybe the board should really look at the direction they are heading and revote to make a more proactive choice in keeping our students and families here in the AUSD community. Thank you. Sarah Liebert, AUTA President.
And 9B.
Good evening.
Classified are reassuring students and parents that they'll be welcome with open arms and hearts, and that they will feel safe and comfortable at whatever AUSD school they attend. These next few months will be emotional and stressful, as several classified employees will receive layoff notices and deal with the uncertainty of employment with AUSD in August. We're working to stay positive and hopeful everyone will have a spot at AUSD when the dust settles. Classified are not here for the AUSD, here with AUSD for the money. We all know the salary schedule is horrible, and they can find a job quickly anywhere else for much more, often several dollars more. Here, they're here because they love the children in our community and their fellow coworkers. I want to thank Michelle Bunt for attending last night's CSEA meeting and spending over an hour answering questions and going over the layoff and the bumping procedure and the timeline. We're hopeful that everyone will have a spot at AUSD when the dust settles, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And item 10, comments from the board and superintendent. Any members of the board have a comment?
I'll just say, as a Rock Creek alumni and a parent of a Rock Creek student, without being emotional, I am so proud of this community for advocating, for stepping up, and for saying something and allowing that liberty to happen through their voice. So thank you to the staff, the teachers, everybody that's helping to make this possible, and to the parents for being patient while we figure out what happens next. Just want to thank you.
I am also affected personally by these consolidation decisions, having 2 children at Alta Vista, and you know, it's just a really sad and unsettled time, and we've known these changes were coming, but I still just really hope that we can lead with competence in our process and compassion for the way that all of our community members are affected, the way that people are worried about their jobs, the way that families are questioning our board decisions. I mean, I know that there's a lot of question about whether or not Alta Vista families are going to feel comfortable coming to EB Kane as an example. And it's really hard to explain to your kindergartner that they will no longer be able to walk to school, the place they know. I just want to acknowledge how hard this is, and you know, that I have really mixed emotions, because there's times where I feel a lot of hope. I came to EB Kane recently with a lot of community member volunteers, the Placer County Master Gardeners, former EB Kane teachers, with the idea of looking at what gardens exist here and how to make this feel more like a home to elementary students, and came away feeling really, and then there were parents and trustees there, and staff would join us. And it was a meeting I scheduled with one person that all of a sudden blossomed into this huge gathering and a lot of community support. So, but I guess I just want to acknowledge, you know, how unsettled people are feeling, that everyone's scrambling to find a place for their students to attend school in the fall. And a lot of the families I talk to are looking elsewhere, and that includes my own family. And it's so hard to be in a position of having choices removed, and losing our school communities, or being asked to relocate. I want to acknowledge that I think we really have fallen short in terms of making our meetings accessible. It seems like so far when we have had translation, it's been more with the goal of the board being able to understand a Spanish speaker, rather than it being a two-way conversation. And I regret that I didn't identify that. It took the community pointing that out for me to see that we were not giving proper access to the community members who have diligently come to our meetings and been engaged in the process. I have heard so many wonderful things about our schools through the last many meetings that we've had. So many people came and they've spoken about their schools and what they love about them. And I would really love if we could capture what people have said and then put it in the online reviews I happened to stumble upon, the greatschools.org and niche.com or .org, whatever it is, all these different online reviews. Our schools have really low ratings. And I just would encourage you, if you were one of those people who took the time to write down all the things you love about your school, please put that online so that others can know that, others who haven't been part of this process, because that's really, your views are not reflected if you check out those reviews. I got the best suggestion from a community member, and I don't know if I can give them credit. I don't know if they want to be named, but I want to propose that as trustees, we have a field trip and we start at the Greens and we walk to Auburn Elementary. And we see what it takes and what the route looks like. And that we, as adults with longer legs that could do it faster, that we really take a good look at what that would look like for our students. And yeah, just so we have a really, it's like one thing conceptually to think about it, but if we actually do it, to really have an understanding of what that means. My last thing is that for those of you who may not be aware, this is the 40th year of the Auburn Education Foundation. This group of dedicated community members and our staff get together to fundraise and create community events and to fill in some of the gaps where we don't have funding, they have a grant program every year. They have done things like lights for the E.V. Kane stage for different events. Symphony Goes to School, so many things, like STEM items for classrooms. They do a lot of really good work, and I hope that you will save the date for the big day of giving, which is May 4th. And we are going to have an event at the station Public House, one of our alumni is kind enough to allow us to be there. And we're going to be having some performances from E.V. Kane Band and the dance clubs and hopefully the Rock Creek Choir. And it's really fun to hear from our students and see the great things that they're doing in our schools. So thank you for giving me, I've taken a lot of time.
I just wanted to say that it's not easy. None of this has been easy. We've absolutely heard a lot of everything that you have said. It is sticking. Don't worry. I'm looking forward to how positive we can make this. These kids are so adamant about how positive their school is. So bring that next year. We can make a great environment and combine everybody. Right now, it's just hurting so bad to hear how negative it could be. I just can't wait. I'm excited.
So a couple things, three of us up here, we really walked into an issue. Please don't leave. I mean, we heard you, so please stay and hear us. So we walked into something that was going on for a very long time in the district. Okay. So a couple things, ma'am.
Ma'am, you had your comment, ma'am. Ma'am, you made your comment, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you continue to speak out of turn. Thank you.
So one of the things that I was really concerned about was the transportation, and that is something that I know the district has been meeting with the county and the city on that to help with those transportation needs, because that is a concern of mine. It hasn't been a concern of mine. And another thing I like to point out is that and this is probably, something more for the teachers, is one of the things that I hear is that two things I hear, that we have great and wonderful teachers in the district, and the teachers that are staying, they're amazing teachers and they do a great job. And one of the things that I've heard several times is that Auburn Elementary, the teachers at Auburn Elementary is not equipped to handle the students from Rock Creek. And that is very concerning to me. And that is something I think that should be addressed. And, you know, with the teachers, I mean, it would be great if the Auburn Union, I'm sorry, the Auburn Elementary teachers were here as well, because I think that does a disservice for the whole district as a whole, saying that we have teachers that are not well equipped to handle students in our community. Thank you.
So on the piece of communication too, I'd just like to see, I know we're looking at moving our meetings onto YouTube. If we can make sure does closed captioning work can we do that in Spanish? Are there other language options we can put on there? So it's certainly been difficult decisions so far, and there will continue to be difficult decisions. So, you know, I trust that the people of this community, the parents, the teachers, the administrative staff here, everybody's going to work to support the decisions that are made and make this a positive change. The adults in the room are the examples for our children. You are setting the example for your children, so we can make this a positive change. There's going to be a change no matter how we cut it, right? We came to this decision, a school had to be closed, 2 sites had to be closed. So we need to work together. We need to work together as a community, right? The community that extends all through Auburn and all through AUSD, not just North Auburn. So I hope we can continue to work together and make this a positive change.
In the essence of time, given that we carried over several items from our previous meeting, I will forego my official report. But I would just like to inform the trustees that starting on Friday, Michelle and Janine and Heather and myself are working on an FAQ. And bi-weekly, we'll try to answer as many questions that come up to get some answers.
Where will that be located?
Kirsten will work with our PR consultant to publish it on our website and in social media.
Perfect, thank you.
And we'll do that bi-weekly.
I just
And
want to
I was
reiterate
also-
that in addition to the community updates, that I think it's really important that those who are most affected, that whether that's the staff, the students, that they are getting just some more specific outreach to them to help guide them through this process. I mean, the community as a whole needs to understand what's to come, but there is a subset of our community who is, you know, not sure if they'll have a job, not sure where to send their children to school. So I think if we could focus on extra communication to those individuals, I think it would go a long way in making a smoother.
Absolutely. Michelle and Heather and myself have met with AUTA, and we sent, as Cindy Bell alluded, we sent Michelle Bunt to speak to the entire CSEA Association, the entire AUTA Association to answer some questions. And we specifically sent Michelle because 1, she's HR, so she can answer those questions. And 2, she's been in the district for a long time. And so people have a relationship and trust with her. And the decision by cabinet was that people would be more frank and open with Michelle than they would the superintendent or the assistant super CBO. So we will continue those conversations.
All right, moving on to agenda item 11, to the consent agenda. Are there any comments or questions on the consent agenda?
I'd like to pull I2, please, which is the ratification of proposal for accessibility scoping.
Okay, and why are you interested in pulling it?
I can pull any item.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, and then we can, I think we typically, if a member wants to pull an item, then we do, and then we have a discussion when it's, I mean, I can explain though. I mean, I do see that it's a ratification, meaning it's already a signed contract. So I don't know if it's a moot point, but in light of consolidation, related expenses, I would like to have a conversation around spending $70,000 to just not put in shade sale or shade structures, but to assess whether or not sites can can accommodate a shade structure. That I think we have some more urgent needs in terms of facilities if we are to proceed with our consolidation plans.
I second that.
Okay. Any other discussion points on the consent agenda? Or
I could
like
move
anything else?
to approve the consent agenda with the exception of I2. I don't know if there are other items that members wanted to discuss or pull.
I'll second the motion.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? The ayes have it.
Okay, and I can address the Rainforest Brow architecture proposal. So one of the concerns I think that came up is expenditure of monies. This is specifically restricted ESSER funding. So this is our ESSER 3 funding. So this is one that was without some of the flexibilities that we actually have a board adopted plan for expenditures. One of the expenditures that was approved was the installation of shade structures specific to outdoor classrooms. So it has to be related to those COVID items. In looking at that, of course, we can't just place a shade structure. So we have to really look at, is this something that we can do? What's it really going to take? Now, actually, when we look at expending this money, it's twofold. So in going forward with what's it really going to take to install a shade structure, that allows the board to make the decision on, is this something we want to utilize these ESSER funds for? Do we have enough in our plan, or do we want to adjust the plan? However, the information enclosed in here, we can actually utilize towards any other modernizations, improvements, or constructions in the future. So as we start to look at site accessibility, this is going to give us a roadmap to really what it would take and hopefully approximate costs, so that would eliminate some of the questions we'd have in the future of if we wanted to add a portable or if we wanted to do this. We would already have some of this preliminary information and be able to do that utilizing the one-time restricted funds and not have to pull that from capital funding or general unrestricted funds in the future.
Are there other potential uses for the ESSER funds if we were to not pursue this?
My understanding with the ESSER 3 funds, it really has to do with COVID mitigation, any kind of learning response. And I'm going to probably default to Assistant Superintendent Lucci Garcia for some of those, because there were very specific things that ESSER 3 could be used for.
And there were so many plans. I would have to look to get you extreme specifics, but I can tell you that those funds were to respond to the pandemic. And the thought process behind that outdoor classroom idea was because we couldn't have kids in classrooms, you remember all the restrictions, the measuring and all that. So we wanted to make sure that we had those outside classroom spaces. And then again, thinking about when you have one-time funds, how do we benefit all students down the road long-term? And so the thought was, if we have that outdoor classroom style, to get us to the pandemic, then when the pandemic's over, we can still utilize that space for outdoor classroom.
I mean, I'm totally in support of the outdoor classroom idea, and I would love to see shade structures. I think it was just in light of, there was a conversation at a town hall last week about what were our families going to do to try to prepare a site for elementary students. And, some conversation about how we're all going to pull together so we can paint portables and get approval from the union to proceed with that. And, and it felt like we're spending $70,000 on something that, has some long-term benefit if we were to pursue another related project, but there's an immediacy to the needs that we have for our facilities. And that was my struggle was, we're exhausted as parents from all the different other volunteer work that we do. And I'm just hoping that we can, utilize district resources to prepare for this major transition that we're making in August.
And I mean, and I think we all kind of understand that, but this really is very specific. And this is where it becomes the difference between what are funds we could utilize that are capital funds that are specific, what are general and restricted funds, and what are really restricted resources, which is what this ESSER 3 funding is. So if we didn't utilize it for this or wanted to remove shade structures off the table, that would just take that money and we would still have to utilize it somehow only within the restrictions of that ESSER money. And we've talked about those kind of handcuffs that we've had on a lot of those American recovery plans and ESSER fundings, that they gift us all this money, but we're really restricted on what we can spend it on. So I think it falls aligned with that.
Is that something where we could take that money and maybe even invest in HVAC systems for the sixth grade village? Or is that already getting taken care of?
I can look at that specifically. There were other COVID funds that had that as expenditures, allowable expenditures. I don't know that that's part of this particular ESSER funding.
Okay, because I do agree that that would be a more immediate need, is those HVAC systems rather than a shade structure. So if we could look into that, that would be great.
It'd be a good idea if we actually had a list of things that the money could be used for.
Well, and that's, we actually have an board approved ESSER plan. So currently the board is approved the utilization of funds specific to shade structures. If we want to go in and change the full ESSER plan, that would be a revision of the plan that would also need to go through another board approval in that manner. So it's already been an approved expenditure plan that was kind of blessed by the County Office of Education and the state. So right now we're utilizing under that current plan.
But I think things have shifted since that plan was first adopted, right? Like I think we learned that the shade structures were going to be substantially more expensive than what we had budgeted or what our initial estimate was. So I think it might be helpful to revisit, what are the parameters? What's the most pressing need for those funds?
We're also just in a totally different place. We're not trying to
Absolutely.
respond to
That was 3 years
COVID
ago.
and do that.
Yeah.
And just so everyone's clear, though, if we're unable to do that, that is money, because I know it has been a concern before when we've had particular resource funds that maybe we can't utilize within a time frame that we may have to give back to the state. So I just want everybody to be clear that if we can't expend it within those particular categories, because we want to shift focus, we may be in a position that in another year, we would have to give some funds back to the state of California.
And I think that'd be good to have that date also.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I know that we have those updates typically, and we'll be coming again with the interim report that you'll see next month, because we try to update on the COVID funding status, because a lot of them have timed out already. So this was a ratification going forward. I can pull it, but I will say that in the future, should we ever decide to do anything, even as far as restriping parking lots at any of the sites, we will have to engage in something like this. It would just come out of a fund that would be closer tied to either general unrestricted or take away from our capital funds.
Yeah, maybe if you could help us understand, I mean, I understand that this isn't just for shade structures. Can you just walk us through what does this scope of work? It's a pathway, it's outlining what it would take to create an ADA compliant pathway from the parking lot to some location on campus.
Absolutely. So we identified some possible locations, and if you'll notice through the maps, a lot of them are in ways that kind of bring you forward through the campus in different aspects. So whether it's placement of a shade structure, if it's a redesign of a parking lot, even restriping technically, we have to go through these types of plans. So even if we were to redo a parking lot and had to reconfigure, for instance, an ADA parking space, we would have to go through a lot of these same processes. When we look at placing a shade structure or any other type of construction or reconstruction, we have to start from the current ADA parking place and a right-of-way path. So basically from the main road or what they consider the entrance, where it would be ADA compliant for someone as a pedestrian walk. So it would start from there and then make sure we had a compliant pathway from that parking, from the entrance of the right of way, all the way through to basically where the construction would be. And in this case, mostly it brings you right through the center of campus and also addresses the ADA compliance of a girls' restroom, a boys' restroom, and a staff restroom, which is required.
So is it possible that we'll expend the $70,000 and then we won't end up pursuing any projects because we don't really have that many capital funds? So it'll just be kind of sitting there for some future utilization. I mean, do we run a risk of not doing anything with this information?
I mean, actually, I would argue opposite of that. So one of the comments I know that I've received numerous times.
I'm not arguing that way. I'm just saying, I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, I mean, and it's completely possible. I mean, we could run into the fact that, we just don't find that it's it's too expensive. Right now, I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood between $500,000 and $600,000 in the ESSER III plan that's earmarked for shade structures specific for outdoor classrooms. And it's entirely possible, as we mentioned before, as to why those expenditures had not happened yet, which we've had to report on, is that we found that it could be that much just for one. We could go through this and find that, wow, it is going to be a whole lot of money to do this site over this site. And maybe we want to utilize those funds just for one site because it's going to have more benefit. But we could also, again, anytime we have anything else that we want to do on campus, we would have that information of what it's going to entail so that we basically are having less guessing. So I know that there's been comments in the past year and a half that I've been here. Well, how do you know it's going to take that much work? How do you know it's going to? Anytime that I can give you my expert opinion for my 20 years of doing school facilities. But if you want hard numbers or hard plans, we would have to engage in some sort of process with an architect or an engineer firm in order to actually give you a roadmap of what it would take to make it compliant and approximate current costs. So we'd have to engage in this no matter what, if we do something else.
So your desire is just to pay for it from this incredibly restricted fund rather than something that could
Later
be
on.
utilized for another purpose. I mean, I understand it. I
know
in
it's
light
hard
of other decisions we're having to make, it seems like a lot of money.
Right. And that is, I mean, and it could very well go towards utilizing something else in our SR plan and be, but I just looked at it as a twofold piece personally. We can utilize it for this as part of our ESSER plan. It's already identified and, like you said, highly restrictive. And it's also information that we would be able to utilize in other ways and perhaps not make that expenditure out of other funds.
When do you think we'll have an idea of what the feasibility of the shade structures?
As far as this goes, or?
I mean, I heard you say that do we have estimates of the shade structure expense? Because this is like step one of the shade structure.
Yeah, this is step
project.
one. So yeah, that it really would depend on this because the shade structure itself, you can purchase for, I don't know, about 2 years ago, you could get them as low as $30,000. That's not the expense. The expense is the installation and the upgrades to the site in order to make them ADA compliant, just like with anything else. So that's really where the rubber meets the road. So do we have an estimate of what a shade structure would cost? It's really going to depend on step one. And then that will lead us more to, okay, cost of shade structure plus approximate cost of work that needs to be done. This is how much it would cost for the site. This is how much it would cost for the site and so forth.
Okay. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions on that? All right. Does anybody need a recess before we move on?
I'd love to take a 2 minute.
So we have to, can we just vote on this one then? Because because I pulled it, we have to vote for it
Okay,
separately.
sure. All right. and
Or if
then-
there's, I will move that we ratify the proposal for accessibility scoping.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All those in favor
Aye.
Aye.
and those opposed? All right, all in favor? And with that, let's take a 5-minute recess. It is currently 8:14. I'm going to round up to 8:15, so we'll reconvene at 8:20.
We're having bake sales?
Yes,
All right.
to work on the fentanyl.
What, we're gonna have bake sales to buy fentanyl? What?
No,
Oh.
no, she was talking about how like they had the fentanyl meeting and one parent showed up.
All of us.
No. Oh. Oh, with the one pill can kill?
Yeah,
Only one parent showed up?
yeah, yeah. So like getting.
Can you hear us?
Involved in that way.
Okay. All right. All right, and it is 8:21. We'll return from our recess. Moving to item 12, 12A, approval of resolution 22-23-10. Determine the Rock Creek Elementary School Consolidation Project is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, approving the project and deciding to carry out the project. My only note so far on this is it looks like in the first paragraph, we said we were going to refer to Auburn Elementary School as Auburn Elementary. And on the second page, we call it Auburn L.
I saw that too. I'm with you.
Oh.
Yeah,
Okay.
So
I probably drafted that.
I wasn't going to name any names, just.
I guess just to provide a little bit more context was that from the California School Boards Association conference, there was a presentation about school consolidations and closures. And this was kind of identified as a best practice of going through the numbers, identifying some of the like in this example, some of the demographic data, looking at school capacities. And so that's where this came from, was the idea that this was a, you know, a way to address any CEQA related concerns. I had drafted it for a different consolidation. And so I had identified that I wish to strike some language that is listed, and it begins at the bottom of page 1. It begins with whereas further, because Rock Creek is centrally located, reassigning students to the nearest receiving school, that whole section, Auburn Elementary, which is conveniently located within a short distance and easily accessible less than a mile to the south, would create limited hardship on students and families because it would not substantially increase travel time. So I did not find that's not language I've wanted in the resolution. And I wish to strike it, but I might be going out of order. I think there was a public comment related to this, but I guess if there's nobody present.
There's nobody present, and it was also substantially longer than our public comments.
I think maybe the staff report on it, I can do the staff report and that might answer some questions.
Okay.
Okay. So actually, yes. So I had been provided a template from Lozano Smith. I went ahead and forwarded it to our attorneys at Lozano Smith as well, just to have them have a look at it and make sure it included all components and everything. And it was the most up-to-date version. So a portion of that, and I think the best thing to remember is that we're not looking at it as a resolution saying that this is a great option. We're really looking at it as a resolution having to deal with the California Environment Quality Act. So anything that has to do with environment. So as we talk about, you know, impacts, we're talking about traffic. As we're talking about projects, we're talking about, you know, would we need to disturb Earth to increase the receiving schools by more than 10 or to 25% of their original design enrollment capacity? Is there going to be a significant impact in air quality? Which obviously, because this is, again, set up for schools and school districts that might even be larger than us. So when you speak with the attorneys and you give them parameters of what we're looking at, it's usually a fairly easy test as to whether or not this is going to be considered a project as far as environmental quality. So this is really a resolution that speaks to CEQA, not as having to go through different studies if we were in financial receivership, as we talked about before with the new legislation that passed last year, and also making sure that we are understanding that this is really just precluding us as a project for as far as CEQA is concerned. So as stated, this was requested as as a possibility. It was also confirmed by our legal that this is a good preventative measure to take if we wanted to go down that path. And this was reviewed and drafted by our contracted legal counsel, and administration recommends approval of resolution 22-2310. Okay.
I just have like a couple questions. Like number 21, whereas given the current excess student capacities that exist at the receiving schools, each school is expected to have existing facility capacity to absorb all the proposed students from the project without the need for an increase in capacity through construction or addition of new classrooms. And from what I've heard, water and plumbing needs to be looked at for bathrooms, possibly electricity. I heard there were some portables that were super run down and either needed to be completely fixed up or new portables needed to be brought into the classroom. We recently heard there's a possibility of Rock Creek's kitchen being moved over to Auburn Elementary. And so I find a lot of this not correct. The other thing is, I'm still not sold on the CEQA. I do feel like it will raise, transportation will raise a lot of traffic. We already have major traffic issues going on. I received a call to ask if I could possibly come up with a creative way to help parents learn the parking rules because it was such a mess. So I do feel like moving students, whether they have to walk or drive or find transportation somehow, that it will impact our school and it will impact our environment heavily. And so I'm very concerned that this is not the appropriate terminology for us to sign. And I'd like to go back and really look at it and figure out what looks right here. I mean, I have a whole list of stuff that I could bring up. So I don't know if this is the right time to bring up this resolution right now. I don't know that it's adequate.
This is in the heels again and was requested by the board to bring to this meeting.
I requested it as well. I just don't think this is adequate. I don't think
So
this is.
to address your first concerns, those are not true. I guess is the easiest way for me to put it. We're not expanding any kitchen. We're not adding any portables. We've already sat down and we do have adequate rooms. So that is accurate. We do have excess capacity at all of our sites, which we're aware. We're not expanding a kitchen. We're looking at taking some of the utensils and the milk refrigerator, I think at this point over, just to kind of roll that in. We do have some requests for some repairs. We have not been able to go into fully assess that. However, I think one of the biggest ones was actually our director of student services brought up a concern at Auburn Elementary, a soft spot in the floor of one of the portables, but that would not be environmentally impacting. And again, as we talk about traffic, we're talking about scale as the California Environment Quality Act deems to be an impact or not an impact. So as we look at the number of our population that's moving over and basically making one of our elementary schools the approximate, still under the size that it was designed for, and not having to increase it by a certain percentage. And the traffic that would be included in that, those traffic studies were already approved when the site was designed and originally built. So that's why the CEQA, again, as a project for Environmental Quality Act under the state of California, they would not deem that to be an additional impact.
And council already reviewed this and approved this?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other clarifying questions or comments?
So from my understanding, this is just something that was put in place to kind of, in a sense, kind of protect us.
Yes, just if we had any challenges. I mean, obviously, it would still be a negative declaration as far as CEQA is concerned, which we will file with us. However, if we don't pass it, I mean, obviously, it opens it up to challenge. It would still be, you know, we could still dispel the challenge. We would just have to engage in legal costs to dispel the challenge.
Was it a notice of exemption? Is that is that the mechanism? We would have to file a notice of exemption that this is not a CEQA project.
We can follow up, but we don't have to, but I think if we're going to go through passing this resolution, we might as well file a negative declaration. So there's different things that go along with CEQA findings, and I'm so sorry if this is boring, but it's something I've had to deal with before, but the negative declaration is basically what this resolution is kind of outlining, that it's not any additional environmental impact than has already been considered or doesn't meet the criteria for a project or an environmental impact. Notice of exemption is a little bit more in depth. So that would allow us to say, here's where we think there might be an impact, but here's why we think we're exempt. And then from there, you go into various levels of studies or filings as far as CEQA goes.
We do say in the resolution that we would file or no, I guess that we're entitled to file a notice of exemption.
All right, well, I think it's a little bit silly that we have to file a resolution just to say we're exempt. But on those grounds,
I guess it lays out the facts, right, about the school capacities and number of students.
Yeah.
And it demonstrates that we
understand that.
reviewed it as a board.
Right.
And we did consider it.
Well, I would move that we adopt resolution 22-23-10 while striking the language that I had identified, which begins at the bottom of page 1 and it's just that one section that ends after increased travel time.
Were you thinking of rewording it? Were you thinking that there was
Just removing it because I don't know that I take issue with would create limited hardship on students and families.
And that
Because
is only
we've-
half a mile. It's actually 2.5 miles.
It's not 2.5 miles from Rock
From
Creek.
Auburn Greens. The kids are not walking from Rock Creek. They're walking from Auburn Greens, Snow Cap and other
Right.
apartments.
This language is about Rock Creek,
Okay.
and that Auburn
I
Elementary is,
Still have a hard time believing it's a half a mile.
it doesn't,
Just less than a mile, I think.
Okay.
yeah, I thought it was like 1 mile, like on the nose.
maybe is it that we can word it to going to the receiving schools?
Or we could just strike it completely.
Either way.
So there is one motion. The only thing I would ask is if we also then correct the
Fix
language.
it, Auburn Hill.
Yeah.
I have that noted too.
You can make a
Um,
friendly amendment to add that.
Like it.
That felt like more of like a typo just because we already,
It is a
Yeah.
typo, but when we're making a resolution, it's.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I second Clerk Brickler's motion with the striking of the sentence statement
I think you can say as amended.
as amended. Thank you. Okay.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay.
Those opposed, nay. All right. And trustee Ross is nay on that.
I can bring them to you.
Okay. And moving to item 12B, is there any public comment on item 12B? All right. Any clarifying questions or discussion?
I believe there would be a staff report or I'm not sure.
That was done earlier.
Well, I know that there
Yeah.
was the public hearing. Well, I have a few questions. So one is that one of the amazing things about being at a charter school is the flexibility for independent study when your child is sick. So if your kid is ill, but they could still get their work done, you don't want them to fall behind. In the past, we were able to ask for same day independent study. And it was amazing because my kids have been rather sick this year and I now have a chronic absentee kindergartner. I've gotten a couple letters from the district because we're choosing to, keep your kid home rather than sending them to school sick whenever possible. And that was just such an important component of the charter in the past that I really valued. And I was wondering what opportunities there might be for same-day independent study in the case of illness.
Yes, the charter school still has the latitude to offer independent study on a short-term basis, including same-day illnesses. And I didn't flag that section, but there is short-term independent studies still in the charter that was not changed. So we just have to follow current legislation. So that's kind of a moving target lately with the legislature, and we are still held to that 20%. So we are not allowed to issue independent study that exceeds 20% of the school year. So if your students are ill, more than 20%, we can't give independent study past that marker. Okay, yes.
So I guess just in practice, what do you recommend? If there's it sounds like the language might be in the charter, but in terms of letting families know of this option or making it available, because it's my understanding that it's not currently available.
Yeah, we haven't had the capacity in the office to issue same-day independent study every time someone's sick. The legal threshold is that it has to be issued that day. You have to issue the master agreement along with the work that same day. So we can't hold it in the office. We can't issue it before, we can't issue it after. So it's just a matter of developing an automated procedure where staff isn't making them by hand. So
Right, yeah, previously we could access, through Google Classroom, for example, it was kind of like low, it didn't require a lot out of teachers. I mean, I think that, everything is an impact on teachers, it seems, but I think once a month they would say, these are some of the activities that you can do. Here's how you can access the curriculum so that you can try to keep up. And so it was a kind of a easier way for students to get what they needed, but without like having to ask a teacher on the spot to create a packet or.
yes, we definitely have that
worksheets or
option to make the curriculum accessible to students. And that doesn't have to be independent study. The legal requirement is that the master agreement for the work is issued to the parent the same day or before, and that it's signed at that time. And there's also the time value of instruction piece as well that has to go into that. So it is available, just finding the capacity to be able to issue them daily to meet the legal requirements. But the Google Classroom piece and missing homework and assignments is different. So you can kind of think of them as two things. Independent study gives you ADA and has to follow whatever the current legislature decides to do with independent study, which has been revised every year for the past 3 years. Typically in the past, before COVID, it was revised about every 5 to 10 years, depending on the mood of the governor and the legislature. Makeup work is different. Makeup work can always be accessed by all students. When you're sick, you can make up your work, you can have access to the classroom and all those things. That doesn't generate revenue, but that's not what's really important. What's really important is that kids have access to their education.
But I think it's really both. I mean, I remember Alta Vista previously, I don't know if it's the case now, but would budget to 96% average daily attendance rate. And with COVID and all the different illnesses. And I think people have a different threshold for when they send their kids to school, and there has been different quarantine rules in the recent past. And so I think people are probably more in need of those kind of options where they can, where our schools can still get, so that we're not losing so much revenue when students are being kept home due to illness. So I think it's really, I think both are so important, being able to maintain the ADA while also allowing students to keep up with the schoolwork.
Yes. And we are in much better shape this year compared to last year. Last year, we had to quarantine students for 10 days if they were exposed to a positive, and this year we don't have those restrictions. So our ADA is looking much better than last year.
Good news. One question was just, in the lottery section of the charter, it talks about spots and capacity. And I was wondering if the capacity of the school has been identified, or, there's a mention of it, but I don't know what those numbers are.
So at the moment, we're planning for 1 classroom per grade at the most, having TK as a standalone grade as it was intended. It was combined as a TKK this year for budgetary reasons. And that is always up to the discretion of the LEA to determine how they run TK and kindergarten, with the state preference being a standalone grade.
And your goal is to offer sixth grade this year,
Yes.
right? So TK through sixth grade.
TK through sixth grade, a self-contained sixth grade, one teacher, one class. Just like the TK6 models in other districts, sixth grade is not middle school. It's just another grade with one teacher and all the kids and all the subjects. I taught self-contained sixth grade, and it's a nice alternative to families that don't want a comprehensive middle school yet.
Do others have questions?
Since that sounds like something that a lot of parents that are a little bit uneasy about EV Kane, is that being an emphasis?
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
I have 10 students so far.
Yay.
If there were a possibility for Alta Vista to occupy a different location other than 150 Palm Avenue, what's the process for, again, making another material revision to the charter?
Well, we would be all done with that except for the address change. So
Okay.
really what started this whole process of the revision is just that it has to be done for an address change. And then there was a lot of changes in the laws since we last renewed in 2020. So really it would just be at that point, just adding one line to 2 pages, which is the page 4 and page 58.
And then bringing it back to the board.
And
same
yes,
process,
we'd have
yeah.
to have a hearing again. And we'd have to and do that part again, but I would think that'd be much easier than all the flags that I have this time.
I don't have other questions.
All right, are there any other questions on that? And is there a motion?
I move that we approve resolution 22-23-11. Oh, I actually just forgot, when we do resolutions like the prior
that a
one,
roll
we have
call
to do a
vote?
roll call, correct? I don't think we did a roll call
We
for
didn't.
12A.
We did not. Okay.
So just to make things more complicated, so, but
Yeah,
we're on
no,
12B though,
perfect.
right?
All right, so
I moved that we approve this resolution.
I second.
and clerk.
Oh, I'm
Strickland?
sorry, I'm the clerk and I need to be taking a roll call vote. I'm gonna start with President Holt,
Aye.
Vice President Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Dowd.
Aye.
I'll be Trustee Brickler and I am an aye, and Trustee Ross. Aye. Great. So should we go back to 12A and do a roll call vote?
Yes, don't know if I need to go do something particular on that. So returning to item 12A then, Clerk Brickler, will you please?
Yes, I'll Trustee.
Well, actually, do we need to take, do we need another motion? Do that?
Well, we had a motion, we voted, the only oversight was that we just have to record it one by
Got it.
one. Because okay, so I'm President Holt.
All right, would you please
Okay.
just read what the
Oh, yes.
resolution is and with the amendments?
Yeah, I handed the amendments off, but
I'll-
Kirsten, okay, yeah. All right, so there was I move that we approve resolution 22-23-10 with 2 exceptions, striking the language. I believe it was number 8, section 8 in its entirety, and revising the language on the second page to read Auburn Elementary.
And I second that.
And our roll call vote, President Holt,
Aye.
Vice President Wedge,
Aye.
Trustee Dowd,
Aye.
Clerk Brickler, I'm going to say nay, and Trustee Ross.
Nay.
Okay, let me pass it down. Oh, you don't have to walk it. You just pass it down the line.
Right, moving to item 12C, year 25-2022 E-rate project, Wi-Fi and network infrastructure improvements from the technology department.
Do you have any questions? This project is the E-rate project that will, replace all of our wireless access points and switches that control our wireless Wi-Fi system. They're all end of life next year. And the licensing is up for renewal. So this will replace those devices. Plus, it will also increase capacity at Sky Ridge, Auburn Elementary, and EBK.
I guess my one question was just back in October, when there was a walkthrough, were all of the sites being considered for these improvements? And then you had to ask them to revise the bid to just reflect the 3 consolidated sites, or
So
how were the sites selected?
Rock Creek wasn't considered in the walkthrough because it already has an access point in every classroom.
Oh, great.
That's because about 3 years ago, they had additional E-rate dollars, so we spent them there.
So they already received these upgrades.
They received an access point in every room that didn't have one. However, those devices that were put there are going to be end of life in the next year. So
One
that's-
more year. So it's just a 1-year offset from the other.
Yep.
Okay.
Are there any additional questions?
And just remind us to the E-rate, there's a major offset, correct? It's like a grant source, or I think it's 80%, or
Yes.
the majority of the cost is covered.
Based on our free and reduced count, our non-duplicated count, our current reimbursement rate is 80%. So of the about 220K, our responsibility is going to be about 40K.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I move that we approve 12C.
And I second the motion to approve 12C. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Roll call. This one's not a resolution. No, yeah, this one's not a resolution.
It did seem like we were on a roll with resolutions, but this one's not.
Okay, so let's start that all over again.
Okay.
We have the motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And those opposed? All right, all
Thank
are in
you.
favor? All right, moving to item 13A.
So with this item, our staff put an incredible amount of time into developing these reports. And so sometimes we would talk through as trustees some of the highlights, some of the things that we saw that really stood out to us. But then also we've had very long meetings. So every once in a while we've kind of skipped this in lieu of time. I had a couple things about just a brief comment about about Evie Kane. I wanted to acknowledge Miss Mayberry and her leadership students. I saw them at the school sites coming to welcome our 5th graders, and I just thought that was really wonderful to be so welcoming and proactive. It seemed like it was like early in the year. Excited that Alta Vista Community Charter School is offering Sunday and Barton curriculum and have both reading and math intervention teachers at this point. Rock Creek, I'm very impressed by the Roadrunner News Network, and there were some great images of that activity and all the students and staff working together. Sky Ridge, I bet Principal Balsano Wright has put this in multiple times, but I felt like I finally really kind of understood the concept of universal design for learning a little bit better, and was very excited that they were able to purchase their own rigamajig. We have one for the district, and it makes the rounds, and so that's very cool that they have their own for their site. And yeah, and the Auburn Elementary reports were kind of they're somewhat limited, so I didn't get as much of a full picture of all the good things that are happening there, but I know that they are hard at work.
Is there any additional comment? All right, so moving to item 13B, discussing the uploading of recordings of board meetings to YouTube. So
I put this under superintendent's office and ITS because I think that as our tech expert, Dave, had some concerns that he wanted to share with the board.
I've already submitted several concerns via email regarding discovery and other reasons that you may or may not want to put those in the public. However, we are ready to upload the history that we do have, if that be your wish.
And I know right now we're doing Zoom I think it was mentioned before too, that maybe we just move the whole operation over to YouTube, because we could do like that live, do like a YouTube live, and then it just automatically uploads to YouTube.
We can investigate that.
Okay.
I believe I saw Placer Union High Schools.
Yes, they're going
Yeah.
in March. And then another question was, going to YouTube, one of the concerns is to have, people can actually view it in their, in their language, like in Spanish as well.
At least with the closed captioning, if that's.
Yeah,
something we
yeah,
can
the
do.
closed captions, yes.
Yeah, I think moving to YouTube certainly is better than us trying to keep the data on our servers as well, going forward.
I've seen a lot of school districts in the area do it. I mean, I've watched Rockland Unified School District meetings that way. It seems like it is like there's kind of a growing movement to hosting or, having the files hosted in a place that's accessible. And I mean, part of this came from a request from the media that they wanted access to our recordings, that there are people who can't be here live, they can't sit here in person, they want to be able to, they want to be engaged, but the timing doesn't work and they want access at a later date. And I think that I would like to support that.
Yeah, and and I certainly appreciate some of the concerns that you've raised. But we're in a 2-parent working house full time, and these meetings are often during dinner and all the rest. And so I'm sure there are a lot of other folks out there who appreciate being able to watch this at a later time, be able to hit pause on it, and be able to come back to it.
Sure.
Just so I'm clear, the board is requesting for Dave to investigate broadcasting our board meetings from YouTube.
Or I think there's also an openness to, if it works better. I mean, I think this is about what works best for staff as well, is do we continue to utilize Zoom and then later upload the files to YouTube? I think my understanding is that either would be an adequate solution.
Yeah, I think on the user side, YouTube is a lot more user friendly than Zoom. And there's a lot less moving pieces.
I would defer to Dave, right, about what his.
Yeah.
I
think we've got to get the
Director
user side
shares,
too.
I apologize.
Are you clear on your direction?
Yes, we're going to upload our current history and we'll investigate live broadcasting to YouTube. And we'll look at alternative closed captioning for Spanish.
Or really could be any language, right?
Yeah,
once it's-
any other language needs of the district.
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item 13C, Alta Vista Community Charter School Funding Determination Form submitted to CDE. And actually, before you start, there's no additional public comment. Okay. Thank you.
It is my understanding that it was the desire of the board for Alta Vista to look into homeschool programs to expand its non-classroom based programs. So this form was needed for us to be able to exceed the 20% limit that is currently in existence for non-classroom based charters as attached to their classroom base. So we are asking the state for 100% funding to be able to expand both our hybrid program and our homeschool program for the 23-24 school year. We're submitting the funding determination now so we can know about that funding in May. Any questions?
I had one thing that I noticed, which is on the form, you have to identify what the indirect cost rate is, which is about 8%, which is actually about 126,000. But then the line on the form is references 320 something thousand, I think. I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers right in front of me, but there was a disparity between what an 8% indirect cost rate is and what what contribution goes from Alta Vista to AUSD. And I think the difference is the SPED costs. the sped contributions, special education contribution. I don't know that they will, I don't know that it would be a problem. I just wanted to call out that they were two separate line items.
Okay, which line are you on?
I can pull it up. I'm also wondering just about the timeline. So I think the State Board of Education meeting where this would be reviewed is like May 17th or something like that. And
yes,
kind of what would be the next, oh, you have it. Thank you. The next steps in terms of, planning for Alta Vista. I mean, this is a kind of a critical piece. We'll have better enrollment data at that point in time. We'll have an idea that this is critical in terms of like a partnership with.
yes. So right now for open enrollment or for any lottery, we will not exceed the 20% in the hybrid model or in our homeschool program. So let's say we have 100 kids, that's 20 students for homeschool. And in each of our classrooms, it's between 4 and 6 students, depending on the grade level for that 20%. Once this is approved, we can exceed that number based on the demand that comes to the charter.
So I guess I'm just thinking, I probably our next meeting would be in June, our next board meeting. So we would have the information from the State Board of Education and have an opportunity to plan for the implications of this request.
Yes, I'm hoping that, so enroll at 20%. I'm hoping to have a waiting list for the other students and be able to take them off the waiting list at that time, as soon as the funding determination is approved by the state.
So what I was referencing was on page 5. It's talks about the funds that flow from Alta Vista to Auburn Union School District are $328,000. And it is explained as indirect cost payments to the authorizing agency for administrative services. And then there's more detail that's 8.63% is the indirect cost rate. So that I don't know that they will care. I don't know that this would slow down the application, but the indirect cost piece is about 126,000, but it talks here about 328, which is the special education contribution in addition to the. So for what it's worth, if you were trying to do the math of what is, I don't know if it'll be an issue, but I just,
yeah, I have a file in my office that's like this thick of all the numbers and the highlights and everything where we took everything from. I would have to refer to that to get a more detailed answer for you.
oh, I'm just saying that it doesn't match. I'm not saying that the numbers are inaccurate, but the description is limited to one of the line items when I think it's referencing 2 different line items. So if you were trying to follow what is 8.63%, then it doesn't match. That's all.
I get what you mean. Thank you. Yeah, the boxes only let you put so much text in there and they booted you out. So
Thank you. I saw it was submitted before February 1st. So thank you for making that a priority.
yes.
All right. Any additional questions, comments? Moving to item 13D, Transition and Integration Committee.
There's just been much talk about rebranding or really looking at how we transition our students from one consolidated site to another consolidated site. And so I just wanted to kind of pull the board and get their take on what we're doing. I'll also be asking CBO Leslie to get us some numbers on what would it cost to rebrand.
I mean, I think there's a couple of things. This references Rock Creek and Auburn Elementary, but I think it's a bigger, I mean, a lot of the sites are experiencing some sort of change, right? Whether it's your Alta Vista, even my understanding is that E.B. Kane, the 6th grade village, the 6th grade, all those classrooms are having to shift to the lower campus and the lower campus is having to shift. So I mean, I think it's a kind of a bigger conversation about all the changes that would occur in order to implement the consolidations. I didn't realize when I read this that it was about rebranding. I thought it was just a general committee about, planning to implement all of the changes that were.
The intention was about rebranding or how do we help the transition of I think as Cindy Bell was talking about, like, you have one group of students that are we have school of choice, but they're going to another school. So how do we welcome them with open arms and how do we make them feel that it's not you're going to someone else's school, that this is your school.
I was almost kind of thinking, I'm wondering if we could get the principals maybe to not only get a committee together with the fourth graders, maybe to come to help the transition. But I was almost thinking maybe like an essay or something, what the kids can do themselves to help this along so that they feel more involved and you see it as a good thing that they're going to be welcoming this new season, basically a new school year with all of these differences and all of these changes. As I was also wondering if we could maybe try and plan something that was district wide, you know, a celebration of this is going to be our 3 schools, you know, I mean, especially if it is, instead of separating the 3 schools, maybe we needed a way to really bring them together in a celebration.
Come to the Big Day of Giving event on May 4th.
There we go. See?
It's district wide that you get to watch, you know, it's like, it's really fun just because you get to highlight some of the
Yeah.
things that are really positive, like student performances and things.
Absolutely, yeah. Especially I was also wondering, I mean, since.
But I agree, I'm agreeing with you. I
Yes,
didn't mean to be
absolutely. No, thank you.
just using it as like a shameless promotion. But
Right? No, do it again. Especially since rebranding might be too much right now, especially with the dollars being so on everybody's mind. Maybe we can do something smaller, like instead of having each school have their own color, maybe we can do a district-wide mascot, a district-wide committee day, you know.
So
We have all of these week-long events at each school for what's the word I'm thinking? Involvement, but what about the district? How are we getting them together with the district? There's so much intrepidation with separating the K through 5s and the 6 through 8. What about bringing them together?
So it sounds like you're in favor of a committee.
Absolutely, yes.
I'd like to just add to the committee either a committee or I'd also love to see a student advisory council.
Yes,
If we could get the students involved in this more so than community members, since this is student, it should be
Yeah.
a student-led committee.
Absolutely.
Or maybe student-led rebranding. But I'd love to see a student advisory council come out of this.
And with the support to facilitate those meetings.
Yeah.
With a bus or whatever it needs to be to get those students there.
Absolutely.
I think maybe we leave the size of that committee up to the administrators, but absolutely. I certainly have concerns that, you know, with rebranding, especially if it's going to come from the top. I mean, it just is a lot of dollars and cents. Just changing the names, I mean, that would be probably in the tens of thousands of dollars. I mean, I'm totally spitballing, but to go through and change all the stationery, change everything that we've got, that's not insignificant.
It's come from the community a few times, the idea of, you know, since we would have one elementary school in North Auburn, to try to find a way to make it more kind of neutral. So it wasn't like, it was like, we've come together to offer this one North Auburn school. So I'm in favor and interested in learning more about what rebranding would look like, but I think we have these really immediate needs too, right? I was interpreting this committee as more focused on how do we make this happen? Like, how do we, like, physically, like, how do we move people? How do we support all these sites?
That's how I read this as well.
Yeah.
Is just how do we make that happen? And integrate those communities together.
Or, I mean, across the board though, I mean, because we were hearing at the town hall about, you know, that Leadership Auburn, for example, was willing to pitch in as their project. We have a Leadership Auburn student here, so I should really defer to her.
I don't know if this is the time.
But it was like a general conversation about what is it going to take to implement the consolidation. It's moving staff, it's supporting, it's making it the place, making the spaces welcoming to whoever is in, you know, like making the 6th grade village, for example, welcoming to elementary students, maybe adding play equipment. There's so many, it's such a big project.
And it sounds like it'd be a good time to have a committee that can really work out all the logistics moving forward.
Absolutely.
Well, I think some of the logistics are being handled, you know, just by the staff, right? So, but as far as a committee that will just, facilitate that smooth transition and integration. So it sounds like the board is certainly in favor of that.
Definitely student led.
Student led, and
like
I
that.
think rebranding is going to be really crucial. Just coming from one of the schools, I think it'll be, it'll set the tone a little bit differently, because I know, as Jason Wedge has mentioned, certain schools have certain stigmas that come with them, and it would be really great to see whether student-led rebranding, maybe we don't have to put all those tens of thousands of dollars in. Maybe we can still incorporate Auburn Elementary somehow, but I think it's worth looking into for the.
Yeah, it's worth keeping
sake
the
of
conversation
encouraging.
going, I believe. And, if that's something maybe the community wants to come up with, and pitch in and do that. If that's something the community wants, then, I'm sure the community can make it happen.
It's definitely on minds, yeah, in discussion too.
Yeah. So I think
We had two different committees. on
that's
this, yeah.
what's starting to happen though, is I think we were talking about one, just a committee that would probably be adults, and community members. And then, you suggested a student-led committee. And I thought we were talking about kind of two different ones, right? So maybe they'd work together, but it would be still parents, community members involved in a committee. And then we have a student committee as well. That's how I understood that.
We've had a couple rounds of committees lately too. I don't know what, I think there will probably be interest, but I think people are also a little bit burned out on committees.
A lot of people have said that
Yeah.
they would certainly be involved.
Okay.
So I think tonight we heard people say that they would be involved
Mhm.
and, spend time working on making this happen. So
Just to throw it out there, so each school does have, do they have a current PTC going?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think there's your committee right there, bringing those two PTCs together.
But it's bigger than just two schools, right? And I want to be really careful about the language, that it's not that we're just consolidating Rock Creek and Auburn. I mean, there's
A lot of
there's a lot of
transitions. A
transitions
lot of
across the whole
transitions
district.
happening. So, but it definitely puts the community in Alta Vista Communities Charter, right? I think that's really important right now, is that the community stand beside us. So, yeah, I think we're all in agreement of a committee.
Thank you.
all right, and moving to item 13E, review of the governor's proposed budget.
Always an exciting topic. Good evening again, everyone. This, instead of a formal presentation, was just done more under information, because really at this point in January, we're finding that obviously we have a lack of final information, and this round we have much less of an impact and changes than we saw last fiscal year, obviously. So there was some attached slides just to kind of walk you through some of the main highlighted points. There's some additional information here, just comparison, for example, on slide 3 of the difference between last fiscal year's budget and what we're looking at for 23-24.
Can we display these up on the smart board?
I don't know if we can. I don't know if Dave has it, because it was just really an attachment, not a full presentation. So some of the key things to take away from it that I think that we'd already discussed here, especially as we talked about first interim, is that we know that we're going into a recession of sorts, and we continue to project that there's lower state revenues than what they had originally anticipated. So that's where we start seeing some creative language around how do we do that without removing programs. So what we're really seeing this year seems to be not adding as many programs as we've seen in the past, more so just trying to keep those programs afloat. Some of the big pieces right now is they're predicting an 8.13 cost of living adjustment, not an increase to the base grant like we saw last year. Just a general COLA. What we're seeing is this is coming up, I think, a little bit, obviously less than what we'd originally heard going into first interim, but not as low as what the legislative analyst office had originally pinned. So it really remains to be seen if we stick with an 8.13, or do we have an 8.13 cost of living increase and they choose not to fund all of it, which can happen as well. One of the other big pieces that's been a discussion is a cut in the allocations for what they're calling the discretionary block grant, but it's not really, it's the arts, music, and instructional materials discretionary block grant. And the biggest, I guess, component that we've taken away from a couple of the workshops is, which is fair, is it's really hard to kind of claw that money back in after people have already made plans, board approved them, and many districts have already expended some of the funds. So it's really going to be a discussion as we get closer to the governor's final budget as do they actually go through with trying to do that, or do we get trailer bill language that kind of removes other options? Some of the things that I've seen on the table, just receiving emails today of some proposed trailer bill language, is holding off on the proposed LCFF equity multiplier, holding a year off on that. They're looking at possibly taking funds for some other programs and reallocating those, and maybe even just kind of reducing even from some of the after-school programs and TK programs that they've done previously. That includes some of the school facilities for TK facilities, pulling that money back in. So that still is up in the air.
Just a quick question.
Yes.
Because you mentioned Proposition 28, and I just actually applied for a job for that for CDE. But the Proposition 28, the main issue was that it was for staffing, 80% staff, and they had to be credentialed staff. And we have such a shortage that there is an exemption that we can submit so that we can bring in outside sources other than certificated staff. And I just want to make sure that I don't know who's in charge of that, but that we really take advantage of that exemption, because it'll be really crucial in getting that money.
Well, and I think it's really, it has to go along with the plan and how we plan to do that. And Michelle, and kick in here if you want to. But I know that we'd already kind of set a plan up and looked at that. So one of the things that we first looked at when we heard that there may be some rollback is, how is this going to affect us? And I think we already had a pretty solid plan in place of how to implement that. Of course, bearing whether or not we can get higher staff could be a piece of that. Michelle, did you want to?
Yes, I mean, the ultimate goal was and is to be able to offer band, right, to all of our elementary schools. We know that we already have band at our middle school. And so that was really, when I saw the money when I saw the proposition on the ballot, I saw dollar signs. And that's what I was thinking, like, okay, this is my chance to bring band to the elementary schools. So I'm kind of waiting to see how that's going to shake out with, this, the budget. But in the meantime, looking for credentialed teachers that can teach music and band may be difficult. In fact, my own son's high school teacher said, good luck, pretty much like that. So, I'm absolutely willing to think out of the box and do what's best for our district.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know when the exemption time is, but I just want to make sure, because not a lot of schools are aware of that. So thank you that we follow that. Sorry to cut you off. Thank you.
So a couple other slides in here just gives you an example of the differences and what the grant funding is going to look like. And I did include a slide that I stole unashamedly from School Services California about the LCFF equity multiplier. I think like many districts, I got kind of excited about this piece, and come to find out it really is concentrated on middle and elementary schools that have 90% free and reduced. So we would not fall into that category. And I think right now they're estimating only 450 schools statewide would be able to take advantage of that. But that is something that they are proposing at this time. So how does this really affect us? I mean, of course, obviously, we have a cost of living increase, but cost of living isn't just salaries. The bills are going up, as you guys know. Our universal transition kindergarten, those ratios are going to stay the same right now at 12-1, and the 10-1 shift will come once they really feel the funding's there. The facilities piece, I wanted to make sure you guys saw, but that really is statewide and also having to do with TK facilities. We're not in any position for application at that point. So that really isn't going to affect us. They are talking about an increase to the public employee retirement system rate. So that will affect us as well. And they haven't proposed anything thus far that's going to show an offset of those costs to districts. So that'll just be additional funds that cost us as far as benefits go. So right now they have up until February 17th to propose any other bills. And then we'll look to get the May revision. And that's really what we're going to be basing our June budget off of. Any questions?
It's a long road ahead.
It usually is.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving to item 14A, board policy updates.
This is a second read and approval. We just need a motion to approve the board policy updates from September 2022.
I move that we approve the board policy updates from September 2022.
I'll second that.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? All right,
Thank
all in
you.
favor? All right, item 14B, board direction requests.
1A is an enrollment committee that was requested by Vice President Wedge, and staff is just looking for further direction and what the board's desired outcomes of this committee would be.
Yes, it's been brought up a few times on the board, and actually, the very first speaker actually touched on it beautifully because
Marco, yeah.
Marco, where obviously we have an enrollment problem in this district, and it seems like I can't get a firm answer of why, we're, in a continued decline of enrollment. And so obviously, first step to fix the problem is to find out what the problem exactly is. And so that's why I thought of this committee put together to go back and actually find the data and find out exactly why, the reason why we're losing so many in the district. What was it? The numbers he gave was there's roughly
3,000.
over 3,000 and about 50% of it, and quite possibly maybe some of those reasons we can address and get some of those students back to the district. And so I mean, that's the whole idea behind this, is to get the data and find out why people are leaving the district.
What kind of timeline were you thinking? I mean, I agree that it would be really helpful to have more information.
I haven't
Seems
really,
like we're in such the urgent task right now is
yeah,
finishing out the school year strong and preparing for the fall, or I can't even say the fall, it's August. We start so early.
New season.
Yeah.
yeah, and that was something up for discussion, as far as I don't necessarily think this necessarily has to be even, led by the by the staff. There's something that could, if people from the community are willing, to step up. I know a few that have expressed interest as well to help out with this, because I'm assuming to go around and get this information might be pretty difficult. So there might be a lot of calling or,
That could be one of the purposes of the committee is to determine just the best way to approach that. How do we get that answer?
Correct.
Is it is it polling? Do we work with an outside, consultant to poll parents of school-age children in our catchment area? So it could be that was the goal of the committee, to figure out what the best course of action is, how we could get that information.
Yeah.
Because we're certainly not going to get those answers, I think, by asking other people who are still currently in the district. So
There was once an attempt, or the city of Auburn was interested in offering a survey of Auburn area families. So it wasn't just exclusive to AUSD families. So we could possibly revisit. I mean, there's been such an interest in what you're bringing up.
Mhm.
And there's been a lot of conversation about it. It just, we haven't formalized it in something
There's
like a
been no
committee.
action.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because so much of it is really just doing our very best job of educating students and highlighting
Yeah.
the good things that happen, all the kids that go to the state science fair and it's highlighting all the really positive, a lot of it's kind of like marketing what works well here, but there's a lot of other
There's so many
yeah,
factors,
yeah.
and it's statewide too, which is a hard way to track this because it's not just our district. This is a part, I'm getting a doctorate's degree, and this is part of the dissertation. So I'm interested personally in this information.
Yeah.
However, I
Write your
think
dissertation on this.
Yes, I think why people are leaving public school, because it's not our district, it's public school that people are leaving. So this is a huge request. And I think right now, in the midst of trying to figure out what we're going to do in our transition, while trying to figure out why people are leaving, might be a little much. But I'm also down to assist however I can to help with that information.
Yeah, my thought, I understand that we do have a lot going on, but this is also an opportunity that we are going to be, we're going to be consolidating schools. This seems like a good opportunity to figure out why we have lost students or why we're losing students. So be able to help us set the direction now instead of having to course correct in, down the line when we do get to that.
Maybe we can catch it
Not more
before the school
Sorry, what-
season starts.
Sorry, what was that, Jane? Or-
I said, I do believe that we will probably lose some more students.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, so
It's not the same model as when we grew up and you maybe were, you had like a neighborhood school you could walk to and then you had a unified school district and your only other alternative was like a Catholic school or a parochial school or something. It's just like, there's so much competition all around us. We're just surrounded by school districts that are a 10, 15-minute drive away. I think that's just I think we're in a particularly difficult, not to oversimplify, but a particularly competitive environment.
yeah, which could help set our, guidance, how we can compete with that.
Yeah.
Because I think you're right. It's having that choice there, which is good. That's what's best for the students, is having more choices available to them. And so how do we compete then? We can't just rely on the government to force people to come to our schools. We have to compete with the market and compete with what's out there.
Yeah.
So I think we are then talking about an enrollment committee. Sounds like we want to establish that fairly soon. That would be able to find some reasons why people in our community aren't attending Auburn Union School District schools. If they aren't attending them, why aren't they? And more than just maybe A, B, C, D, or E on a checklist. But,
Focus groups.
right. And do we want a timeline to have a report? Do we want to set that, or should we get feedback on that? What do you think? Okay, so does anybody have a suggestion on how soon we want to report, like an interim report from this group? It's currently February. We've got 6 months until August when school does start. So if we did, we got an interim in 3 months and then a final report in 6, hopefully that gives them time to provide us a result.
How much can we support this if this is something that's the board is interested in? Because I think staff are maxed out, and especially it'll continue to be, I think it'll just ramp up as we approach. I mean, I think we are going to be scrambling to have our doors open and ready by early August. We're going to do it, but I'm just wondering how we can, I don't know the parameters for, like, if it were more of like a board and community committee rather than putting another responsibility on staff.
If it's a board committee, it would need to be agendized and follow the Brown Act, and you can have no more than 2.
That's certainly a possibility, but then, we can't make that decision tonight then. But that's why it's a discussion item, board governance. I wonder
I'm
too-
certainly in support of it. I just want to consider impact on staff.
Yeah, and trying to think of how we could do that with low cost as well,
Yeah.
because there's a million consultants who want to take our money to go do that study.
Yeah.
But we've got the Big Day of Giving, we've got other things where we do see people from the community, we've got other community events. Maybe we could have, if it was a board committee where members of the board are then going to be at some of these community events with a booth that's going to be low cost or no cost to go put a table and ask people in the community and be there for those answers.
Is this something we could maybe work with our local Sierra College or something like that and possibly get an evaluation class interested in, and thus alleviate the stress from us and also give us a
Outside.
facilitator that's not within our district?
I think that's a great idea. But I think at this point though, now we've got to start looking at probably the next semester. So we'd have time to speak to, identify an instructor who'd be able to support that and try to work it into a program.
That'd be great if we could look at that avenue before we start.
So it sounds like we're not asking you to start any committees at this time, but I think we're going to probably put on the agenda to create this as a board committee. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, 'cause I'd be willing to help out with that.
Yeah, and I have a great connection at Sierra College that I'd love to link you up with, and we can just go from there too. as
Okay, well, also if we make it a board committee, I think then whoever's doing that will work with you. Okay. All right, so we'll ask to put on the agenda the creation of a board committee. Anything else before we move on? All right. 14B, 1B, expense of capital funding.
All right, thank you so much. So President Holt, this was a request you had made, I think, at the very first meeting. This was back in December. Mind you, we moved many of these items over from the January meeting. Just to get a kind of a rundown of the last couple of years, kind of items that our capital funds or our restricted capital funds had utilized. So I know there was the full attachment that went on the January one, even though we didn't address it. It was attached again to this. And it is, of course, bulky budget reports, but just open for any questions if anybody had any.
I know this was President Holt's request, but at one point I had a document that had all of the codes so you could decipher what these reports mean. I mean, I found that lacking that document, a lot of this is nearly impossible to read for someone who's not in your finance department. So
there really isn't a document that does that because there are so many different combinations of codes. But if you, I mean, this is what makes it hard on a request like this. I mean, otherwise it would take somebody actually extracting them and putting them like into an Excel
decoding,
spreadsheet,
yeah.
you know, and trying to do that. But, you know, some of them will have
big
descriptors.
categories, like we brought in money from a community
Right.
resource district, or there was, you know, some revenues.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's typically like, as you go through some of them, it will say like, you know, professional services, or it will say, you know, a project. Typically, a lot of these will end up being, you know, professional services. So when it says donations, I just pulled a one that's it's under Fund 25. So that's our developer fees. So that's why I call it donations, because people bring it in. That's just how they code it. But you'll see it'll be under professional services, and then each expenditure is listed out as to who it went to and how much during that fiscal year.
And am I reading this right? That no, that's just a check. How long, if we're looking down here, Canon Financial Services, we paid $39,000 for releasing copiers. What's
Is that on the warrant?
Oh, yeah, I'm
report?
looking at the warrant report. I'm sorry. Yep.
Copiers seem quite expensive. I was picking up on that too.
Yeah.
But anyways, also, I mean, if you guys find you have individual questions about things as you look at this or something catches your eye, you can always reach out and I can get you copies of whatever you need.
Thank you.
Were there specific things you were looking for, or just kind of a general idea of how do we expend limited?
I wanted to look at that. And I think when I asked about it too, I was also just interested in when we were looking at some of our properties that we aren't currently using, and and how that would play, you know, if we were to sell versus lease, how we use those properties, because with some of our properties in South Auburn that are just sitting.
We pay HOA fees and water, and they're not terribly large amounts of money, but it's kind of an ongoing cost that
we pay, and there'll be some included in that, but I can get you specific line out of those of what we pay in our surplus properties. We do have we did obtain them after the community facilities districts were already formed. So we do pay some, not to ourselves, but to other community facility districts as far as city and county go. Because if we can catch properties before those things are formed by working with developers, which, you know, this was many years ago, you can be exempted from it. We're not exempted from those. We do pay for weed abatement, and we also pay unused site fees to the state of California annually for those. But I can get you a listing for those, no problem.
Are you more interested in just what is the status of the surplus properties that we hold? Because we had a presentation. I think when we were being onboarded, there were several study sessions, and there was one from maintenance and operations or facilities in general that covered some of the, did a aerial view and the acreage and things like that of the different surplus properties.
It was
Is that-
very informative. And I don't know if Dave has that copy of that video, if it was recorded on Zoom or not, but I know the packet is in an agenda. It's worthy of going back and looking at.
Yeah, well, I'd also like to have continued discussion of what we're doing with those, because some, like the South Auburn one, that we are just it's just sitting there. We're not using it.
Yeah.
I
there any
don't
plans
think
for
we're
it?
going to be using it. I know initially it was purchased because they planned to put a school there, but that's not going to happen.
I think that
so-
one may have even been gifted to the district, if I remember correctly. There were some that we purchased, such as the Kemper property that was going to be the future site of a middle school, but I think the South Auburn property may have even been a gift. I'm not sure.
And I mean, unfortunately, the fact of the matter is, you know, that was brought up. We have explored getting, we got an initial, estimate on what we think we could sell them for.
The
We're-
appraisals that you had.
The appraisals,
the
but there's some
last
debate
year.
as to whether or not those were done appropriately. So I'm still working with legal on that to make sure that they've actually appraised them appropriately for best use instead of just general. Because they came in low and, you know, I think it's worthy to look at. I know it's kind of got pushed to the side with some of the other stuff that we've had going on. But I think it's something definitely to look at because even if we sell for what we deem as maybe even a little bit lower, it's just reducing the expenses that we're paying out on them ultimately.
And that's, I think I would like to explore that and look at putting on the agenda, maybe not next month, but soon selling some of the excess properties. Or the discussion of whether to retain them or sell them.
There's another committee involved with that because we would have to form a 7-Eleven committee. There's some 7-Eleven committee work that was done previously that may apply, but generally when we're talking about selling properties, there's a strict, we have somebody who can tell you all about it, but you know, just a strict parameters for how you go through that process of.
We're pretty lucky that a lot of that had already been done. So when I pulled files, most of that we had already had 7-Eleven and they'd already deemed them surplus. So then it just becomes, I think that was just the concern of, is this the time to sell? Is it not the time to sell?
And could you lease? There are long-term leases. Can't remember the name, but there's like a special type of lease. It's like a long-term lease where you engage a developer and they may even make improvements on a property that you already own, but they want to use part of the property.
It gets
Dual
messy.
joint use agreement. I mean, because sometimes we've been advised that you don't want to sell outright because once you sell, it's gone forever. But if you can do a long-term lease, then you still at least have that asset. In some cases that you may want to retain it.
Right, in some cases, and
Yeah.
that might not be the case for all of
Yeah.
our properties.
Yeah.
In that case, then I'd like to I'd like to suggest that we put on the agenda the creation of a 7-Eleven committee to investigate that.
Or to just continue doing the work.
Just continue the process. At this point, I think they've already been, they've been declared surplus. So I think it's just a matter of getting a motion to sell them, but I mean, I can bring that information to you. You said maybe not March. You want it in April? Or-
Well, if you've got the information, then let's have it in March.
All right.
I've been asking for the appraisals too. I don't know that we ever received them.
And can we have those?
We've been having some legal discussion as to whether or not they were appropriately done for what we're looking for. So I'll follow up with that and then get you something in March.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for letting me expand on that.
No, we started that conversation last year, but school consolidation kind of took over the.
Somehow overshadowed
Yeah.
all that.
And on to item 14.1C, the transportation information request.
Okay, so again, this is just information that I've kind of compiled. I know we've discussed it in pieces. This kind of puts everything together. This attachment was with your January board packet and then was held over. The only differences is there were edits that were attached to this board packet just because in between that meeting and this meeting, whereas previously it said that I was working on setting up a meeting with the Placer County Transportation Agencies. That first meeting was actually held. So it just included some additional information about city and county transportation towards the back of it, and what some of their limitations are as far as city of Auburn not going outside of the city limits. And you know, expanding a little bit more information that I did not have previously, that these public transportation agencies actually get a lot of federal funding. And one of the very strict rules that to the federal funding is that they not cross into school transportation. So they have to be very careful of not specifically making routes based on our bell schedules. That's why they can't come onto school property. That's why bus stops are located close to school properties. So that's some information that I didn't have. Also expanding a little bit more on some of the questions that the board had and staff had about student passes and some other areas and how those are funded. I was able to find out that in like Sacramento and Elk Grove, there's specific tax measures that have been passed either in city or jurisdictions that actually fund that. So city and county here don't have any special tax measures that allow for that either. They went over some of the safety information and what we can do moving forward. And I think a lot of that, as I think I've mentioned before, is education with them. So we're going to be partnering with the County Transportation Agency and also City of Auburn where appropriate to really get some more information out to our families about, you know, where they can go to find information, schedules, routes, what makes them safe, where some of their locations are, things of that nature. So they've volunteered to come where appropriate to even like, you know, not necessarily back to school nights, but, you know, like where people come and get their class lists or something like that, just pushing that information out a little bit more and being available to any events. They want to partner with us wherever possible. So again, just, you know, it was just the same information, but that was the new information that had carried over from last month. But I'm open for any questions you guys might have.
So I have a thought that it goes a little bit beyond this, beyond just the transportation. It's the idea, so I'm thinking, how do we get this to our community? How do we get these to students and parents? And can we get answers on the transportation piece before the end of this school year? So to that end, I'm thinking it might fall under new requests, but a resource fair of sorts, maybe that could be held at a central site that will be able to tell the community, show the Auburn school community what the school year is going to look like next year, what resources are available, what's transportation available, if we bring in the city, if we bring in some of these other partners, if we can have something like done like before the end of the school year, where we're able to host an event where we can show the community what it's going to look like next year, where we get some answers on busing, because we can't just keep talking about process and not get something firm.
Yeah. We had a EAS for Education resource fair, and it was a great turnout. And I know families are very interested in what resources are available in our communities. So I do agree that something like that would be it'd be helpful.
I mean, Placer County even volunteered to bring a bus out if, you know, just to park a bus out there to draw attention or let people go onto the bus and
That
walk
would be
around.
really
So
cute. I bet the kids would really like that.
Well, especially if they will then bring that bus back and help us move students later.
well, they have the established routes, which is good. And I mean, like I'd mentioned before, if you actually follow their routes, the routes actually follow pretty closely to a lot of our bell schedules from both, you know, all over North Auburn and then even coming all the way down to E.B. Kane, because they do come all the way through and come to like the train station. So Placer County can cross into city lines, but city can't cross into county lines. So it's just a little bit confusing there. But when you meet with all of them in one room, they kind of all, you know, it all makes sense how the pieces fit together. But they really do kind of mirror those things. And I think it's just like I said, you know, for their part is getting the education out.
Okay, so if we could then, actually, before I formally make this a new request, is there any additional questions or?
So are you thinking about doing something like this on all the school sites?
My thought, okay, so I'm hearing that there's no further discussion on item 14.1C.
No.
And we can just move on fully discussing this under new requests.
Yeah.
The way I conceive this would be at one central location, possibly E.B. Kane, because we've got the most space here and it is centrally located. But I'm certainly open to discussion and suggestions.
Absolutely. I think.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Go please.
I think that kind of fits into what I was saying earlier about getting the community together, getting all three schools together for a district-wide event instead of a separation of the schools. So I think that would be a really, really good idea. Bring that information right there, bring the information and ease the trepidation of the E.B. Kane, Alta Vista combination, you know, bring it.
We have an incredible
Positive.
asset here.
Yeah.
I was
Trustee
just
Ross,
thinking of that.
she
I was
does
just
this
thinking
like
of
in
that.
her sleep.
Yeah.
She hosts things like
It's
the Kids
easy.
the Palooza and the
Absolutely.
the Measure E event was both to promote the bond measure and had all these community resources and was at the regional park.
Yeah, what I've noticed is that you have to go where the biggest resources are needed. So a lot of people sometimes won't come to you, so we have to go to them. So if our biggest need is transportation in the Auburn Greens, then we need to go to the Auburn Greens and supply this resource.
So then maybe at the rec
I would,
park.
we have a very great, incredible relationship with Regional Park
Mhm.
and they love working with us. I have a wonderful relationship where they allow us to do a lot of things at no cost. Don't repeat that. And so I do believe that something off site of the school would be beneficial.
I think that would really get.
Even if we could get them on the bus and the bus could actually drive somewhere and parents can be on there with their students and.
A route
you know,
from
there's, yeah,
and to.
something like that. But
Yeah.
I do agree that this is needed. A resource fair is very valuable and you just need to bring it where the needs are at.
Absolutely.
And we can get the teachers there.
Yeah, we had teachers there. Our biggest asset was bringing out the choir from Rock Creek. That brought so many families. So even band from EBK, you can still showcase our great, what'd you call it? The thingamajig? The rigamajig from Sky Ridge, bringing those things out would be a great influence in getting families to go the other direction if they can.
And that's all great points. So my thoughts about having at EB Kane, obviously EB Kane still has that bad reputation. And this would help bring families who otherwise haven't been EB Kane yet, would bring them to this campus. They'd get an opportunity to see the campus and maybe feel a little bit more comfortable about the campus going forward. So that was some of my thoughts there.
There was an event here not that long ago, right? I'm trying to.
There was a
remember.
medical fair,
Okay.
a medical resource fair in December, I think.
Okay, Placer County. Arrange.
Great.
So
So I think we all agree that there should be some sort of a resource fair that highlights.
So I'm hearing there's probably going to be, there's two separate fairs or two separate, one to highlight the EB Kane. And then also one to highlight, more of, like what Jamie mentioned is
Community.
bring it to the community.
And that could be two different events. We could have a showcase at EVK and we could have a resource fair somewhere
Because
else.
I think that's a great idea.
Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Our insurance doesn't cover to have bounce houses at a school site, but we can do it at the park.
And Auburn Police Department is notorious for helping us and bringing bounce houses out. Just want to throw that out there. Chief Keenan, thank you.
I think that would be phenomenal. I think that is exactly what we need.
So I throw a Kids Palooza every year and we do that at the Auburn Recreational Park and we were talking about collaborating. We collaborate with AUSD very well. It could be another collaboration.
Sorry, talk right over.
Yeah, no more.
So I think our intent then for the one it looks like we want to have one at Regional Park or North Auburn. But we would definitely want representation from each of the Auburn schools to kind of showcase what those schools have to offer and what the school is going to look like next year. What are the kids what can they expect going into August? And then a separate one being just like a showcase, I think is a great idea.
Great idea.
With,
Band can showcase leadership.
Yep. And maybe, defer some of the finer points to Principal Mayberry and the school, but.
As well as Alta Vista being able to kind of showcase. So, yeah.
Yeah. So those families can come see the campus, see what it offers them.
Yeah, because they got a great band here.
Yeah.
And that's something they can really give them time to really, put on a show for the community.
All right. So I think we're giving you 2 new requests.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to add one more request.
Yes, please.
It's been brought to our attention about an IB middle school, and I'd love to kind of look into that and see what that looks like or what that will take.
We say it the whole thing with international baccalaureate. Is that right?
Thank you. What she said. So yeah, I'd love to look into that. And even for one of our elementary schools potentially, because I think it is a K through 12.
So what's
To look into what it will take to become an international bachelorette. Yes.
It's absolutely bachelorette.
Yeah, I am not an international bachelorette, but you catch my drift.
Absolutely. I think that especially if that is what is drawing people away from the district, then it would definitely be a good way to look into, and maybe an emphasis for what could be phenomenal about this campus right here. You know, maybe it could be an Alta Vista Charter School and EV Kane.
That'd be great to
is,
make Alta Vista.
You know,
Yeah.
I mean, let's emphasize how phenomenal this idea can be and bring those kids in that way.
You know,
So-
quite honest, I mean, this could be an answer to maybe some of the questions why so many people are leaving
Exactly.
the district
Yeah.
because of the failing test scores.
That are increasing for anybody listening.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes, they are increasing, but still people look at the big number, you know, and it's
100%.
60% aren't meeting standard.
Which reminds me about one of my requests that I was actually thinking of. I remember seeing an email about a meeting with the real estate. I believe it was Heather. Didn't you have a meeting with the real estate, or? Oh, maybe I'm thinking.
So it was, no, you're right. No,
Yeah.
it was the whole cabinet, I believe,
Yeah.
was principals.
I think that was it, but it got me really thinking. I mean, if John Adams Academy is part of the reason, then let's bring John Adams up here. Let's bring Sierra College. Let's see if we can get a Sierra College program, the nursing program or whatnot. You know, can we look into and spread that word out farther maybe, and get even, what if we could do a UC Davis thing, you know? I mean, what if we could get a
Like
program up
marketing the
here?
spaces.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, we have a phenomenal space. Let's bring it. Another one that was mentioned
Would you
was,
mind- I want to make sure I understand. You were talking about utilizing which space? or-
open spaces, especially if there is Rock Creek and Alta Vista.
Oh, if
Charter.
we have like
Yeah.
sites that are
Absolutely.
underutilized.
Absolutely. So we need to have. I apologize.
That was me, I think. You're asking about what do we do with the underutilized, or what, like, once there are sites that are not occupied by our schools, what do we do with them? Is that the
Absolutely.
question?
Or let's bring the excitement in and let everybody know that there are these two open opportunities for them to come into our community and bring more opportunities. I know up in Georgetown, we had, I believe it's called Blodgett Forest, but it's basically a UC Davis and partial where they can do their education up there. What if we can get something like that? What if we can get Sierra College in here? John Adams, if John Adams is taking our kids, let's bring John Adams here.
So what's the specific request? What would we do with the sites once they become available?
Maybe get the word out more and see if there is more than just, for example, the Blue Door option that wants to get involved and get that excitement out and available, get more educational opportunities in our community.
Sorry, we just beat the dead horse, but what are you guys asking me to do?
And we have to be careful because we compete against some of these, right? Like iLearn is definitely a competitor to us because they take our ADA. So we have to really be careful who we bring into.
But
these
wouldn't it
open
be nice to
space.
have that give them the opportunity to come into our district? Can we spread the word that there is an opportunity in our district for those two locations?
Well, I think we're that, I don't know where we are with our memorandum of understanding with Blue Door, but I mean, that's underway for them. I think they're potentially interested in utilizing the Alta Vista site.
An Alta Vista charter.
And
as an
being a
ADA.
partner with the charter, but I don't know. I think I'm hearing you say that you want to make sure that we don't have just vacant sites. We're good
Absolutely.
neighbors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes, yes.
That's a good word, exploring partnerships on.
Thank you.
On our,
Underutilized spaces.
there
Yeah.
you go.
Or underutilized facilities.
I guess
Thanks.
The last thing, talking about collaboration is, I'm in a group called the Auburn Leadership. And we, in Auburn Leadership, it's a part of the Chamber of Commerce. And in graduation, you have to come up with a project that benefits and impacts the community. And our project was helping assist in the possibility of getting Alta Vista here on EV Kane, assisting with whatever that looks like, from fencing to playgrounds to blacktop painting to bringing in Placer County master gardeners. But we really want to sit down and discuss what possibilities with CSEA and AUSD, what's possible for us as a group to come in and be a part of, whether that's asking for donations for a playground or doing the playground itself. So my request to you, Superintendent Lealva, would be to possibly kind of discuss with CSEA and see what we are capable of bringing into the community and what we can't touch. Maybe we can't touch the HVACs, but we can do blacktop painting.
So our CSA president, Cindy Bell, is coming to cabinet on Monday to have these conversations with Michelle and Heather and myself.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Cindy Bell, for your time.
Done.
I have a new request. So the background on it is that, think back to our last board meeting when, it was after midnight, probably when the vote occurred to close Rock Creek. And then we started talking about Alta Vista. And so it was very late. I know there was discussion of the Sky Ridge site, the EV Kane site, and there were a lot of reasons. Like, I voted for the move to EV Kane because it would create a central option, and it would perhaps be more convenient for families who are already dropping off at EV Kane. So there's a lot of reasons why that still makes sense to me, and I can kind of envision the future of the site. But I'm also hearing a lot of families that have safety concerns around having younger students here. And so I'm kind of curious about where we started to hear a little bit about enrollment. How many people are actually going to be willing to follow the charter to EV Kane? I'm also hearing from some rising sixth grade parents that they don't necessarily, well, we all heard from at least one of them that they don't necessarily, they treasure the sixth grade village as a place that makes them feel safe, that it's separate, and they don't want to lose that. And so I would like to know about the cost savings. What kind of cost savings are we projecting for Alta Vista if they move to EV Kane versus now that, now that the Rock Creek site has been identified, what would the fiscal implication be if Alta Vista were to move to Rock Creek? Because I was one of the people who voted for the move of Alta Vista to another site, I could, ask that we bring that back for a vote and consider. Bring it back at the March agenda. I'm asking for the fiscal data. I mean, we still have time to consider whether it would make sense to bring it back on a March agenda. But I think there are some kind of unintended consequences from our decision potentially. I just don't know how the enrollment numbers are. It's early. I don't know how many families, like, have you all completed your intent to return
We did.
forms?
Yeah.
Right away,
Right away.
actually.
Oh, yeah, we had to
I'm
get
just
those
saying-
dollars.
It
was a competition.
Oh, really? Okay, that's
yeah.
smart.
Yeah.
I think they're still rolling in though. I don't know that we have our full, estimate of where which schools families will choose. So I'm wondering if it might be more appropriate if it's financially feasible to have Alta Vista on an existing elementary site.
So just for clarification, you are asking me to bring back, or staff to bring back in our March meeting, the cost savings of moving Alta Vista to EV Kane or Rock Creek?
Yes.
I see two nods. Is that what
Because it's possible, I don't know that we have the enrollment at this time to support. I mean, we have some questions about enrollment, right? And what,
That would boost enrollment.
well, I mean, with the current configuration of having it at EV Kane, I don't know what the enrollment numbers will look like for Alta Vista. So it's a fiscal and an enrollment question.
Do you understand? I think so.
Yeah, so, and I think we'll, obviously, because we'll have second interim, so we'll have some numbers based on what the board decision has already been. So I can isolate those and then really kind of show what we're looking at as far as fiscal savings for Alta Vista with the current plan. And you're also looking for possible changes to that if they were to locate at like possibly Rock Creek.
Right, because the goal for Alta Vista was solvency. So is solvency possible at EV Kane? Is it possible at Rock Creek?
Got it. Okay. And then I know enrollment's also kind of up in the air. I think that we will see increase enrollment in some aspects, as you said, and I think we're also seeing some drops. So I think, and that's going to be we all know that's a really hard target to hit as, you know, what exactly it will end up being. I think it's, you know, the hope is that, you know, we give and then we take some back in. But I think you've got some enrollment numbers and we may have some more firmer information as we get closer to that. So hopefully we can weave some of that in too. Does that seem to capture?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, awesome.
The other thing is that I know that we still have, we still hadn't quite hit our budget reduction goals, you know, with the decisions from our last meeting. So how do we get there?
Well, we'll have second interim next week. So we'll have those figures. So sorry.
Okay.
The mic. We have second interim.
So we'll have you're saying we'll have a multi-year projection of 3 years out with the January 11th decisions.
Yes, correct. So hopefully that'll give us a better picture of where we're at and what we need to look for in the next coming years.
Thank you.
I think lastly, I just want to thank you all for this is a lot of hard work, especially Michelle Lucci Garcia and Janine Hughes' names gets repeated very often amongst a lot of parents, teachers, and staff. And I just really, really want to give a shout out to you ladies and to everybody else that's really making this happen because it's a lot of work and a lot of emotion attached to it. So thank you.
And for all these town halls that are being put on, it is a need. So thank you. Absolutely. I know it's hard.
Oh, yeah.
You're going to be there on the 15th. Don't worry.
Since you brought up town halls, one more request. Can we is there a way that we can find a better way to get communications from the district out? I only bring that up because the last town hall I was going to at on Tuesday, I believe it was at Auburn. Yeah, Tuesday at Auburn Elementary. I didn't get the message and I showed up there's a lot of other parents there and a few teachers there. Nobody got the message and it was very concerning. I know it was emergency and whatnot, but I think that's something that especially that's the last thing we need right now is to be canceling town halls at the very last minute. You know, so I think, you know, how can we improve our communications in the district?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I got all three of those. I got all of them.
Board members, you were also
A parent.
and I are consulting about that and we're working on that. But I don't know how else.
And I didn't ask the question why the other people that were there did not get the message or not either.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah. So it sounds like we're covering all our bases. And if you're not on social media or you don't have a cell phone, then unless you got a pigeon that drops on your doorstep, you're not going to get the message.
Well, is the issue that it was communication or was it was a last minute cancellation and some people were really inconvenienced? They had childcare, they were there. I don't know what the circumstances were, but I think the issue is almost more that it was a last minute.
There was a few parents there that actually you know, it was last minute changes they had in daycare and whatnot, so they weren't unaware. I mean, there was maybe, I don't know, maybe a dozen, you know, not, you know, overwhelming 50 or more that showed up, but and then again, I didn't ask if they are provided to these services, whether it's Twitter or Facebook or things like that. So I wasn't even considering that. So with that said, I withdraw my request because it sounds like you know, you guys are hitting all the areas.
They don't have a pigeon, so.
Can we
They
look
do
into
have an
that?
owl. No pigeons, but they got owls. Especially Miss Sanders, if you go to her class.
And falcons.
But I will say that each principal does tailor their communication to their community. For example, Skyridge, they're a very digital community versus Rock Creek. Kim Morris does a lot of flyers because that's a community that, maybe to your point, doesn't have access to the technology and they do flyers. So our principals do tailor it based on their family's needs.
Thank you.
Are there any additional new requests? All right. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.